Hello everyone, welcome to a class of Adobe Illustrator for learning vector graphic designing. So if you're planning to learn vector graphic designing, then you are in the right place because in this class we will cover everything to get you started with Adobe Illustrator. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to Adobe Illustrator, workspace and interface, selection and the direct selection tool, the shape tool, the type tool, pen and the curvature tool, about the fill and stroke, rotate, scale, reflect and shear tool, the shape builder tool, gradient and width tool, blend, artboard and zoom tool, layers in Illustrator, alignment and distribution in Illustrator, generating vector graphics using AI. 15. AI recoloring. Exporting your document will be learning at last. After completing this class, you will be able to get familiar with the interface. You will learn about the basic tools uses, and also you will be learning how to draw and edit shapes. You will be learning how you can work with layers, colors and swatches. You will be learning about typography and also about exporting and saving your document. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project so you can practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I am always there for you to help you. So let's start learning Adobe Illustrator for vector graphic designing together. Hello everyone and welcome you all to the first chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So this is the chapter number 1. We are just getting started and I'll be giving you guys an introduction to what Adobe Illustrator is. Okay, how you will be able to work in Adobe Illustrator, why do you use Adobe Illustrator. Okay, we will see about that as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So the first thing which might come to your mind is why use Adobe Illustrator. Okay, why should we use that? So for that, let's come here and let's see the introduction. So here in this tutorial, we will explore the power of Adobe Illustrator in graphic designing. Okay, so here you will be able to do graphic designing. You will be able to make out different arts, as you guys can see on my screen. On that image, he is basically working on Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so this is a graphic designing tool using which you will be able to create some graphics. But you might say that, okay, there are other websites as well or other softwares using which I can do graphic designing. But as I say, this Adobe Illustrator is mainly made for vector graphics. Okay, so there are two types of graphics. One is rasterized and another one is vector. Okay, so here rasterized image, what happens is when you try to increase the size or when you're trying to rasterize, in that case it will just give you out their output in pixels. But here in Adobe Illustrator, if you increase or decrease the size of your particular graphic, in that case it won't show any kind of problem in increasing the size or decreasing the size. Okay, so it won't become faded or it won't become pixelated. So for that, Adobe Illustrator is quite important. So now we will discover the versatility and also the creativity of this essential tool for designers and artists. So well, if you are a designer or if you are an artist, this is very an essential tool for you for your versatility and creativity. Okay, you guys can create different kind of designs for different purposes and you guys can work with this software quite easily. Okay, so now let's look over here why we should use that. So here we do work with vector graphics. Okay, as I was telling about vector graphics, so Adobe Illustrator excels in creating scalable and versatile. Okay, so as I was telling that if you increase or decrease the size of your vector graphic, it will not decrease their size or it will not basically decrease the quality of your vector graphic. Okay, and here with its precise tools and features, designers can produce stunning logos, icons and illustrations with ease. Okay, so over here it is used for creating some nice logos. Here you will be able to create some nice icons and also different kind of illustrations according to the need or according to the thing or the niche in which you work on. So let's come here and let's see. Here you will be able to use the typography mastery. You will be able to do that. So you'll be able to explore the limitless possibilities of typography with Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so here we'll be looking about tab tool as well, how you will be able to type from here and from custom lettering to elegant font compositions. And this software empowers designers to elevate their text-based designs. Okay, so over here you will be able to do the custom lettering. You will be able to customize your letter, and also you will be able to choose what kind of font compositions you need. Okay, so it actually elevates a designer to actually have some more or nice text-based designs. Okay, so now let's come here and let's go back, and here you guys can see the artboard organization. So it efficiently manage multiple artboards. So if you have used any other graphic designing software, or if you do have used Photoshop, in that case you guys will be able to add on pages. Okay, or you guys can also call it layers. So in other software it is called as layers, but here in Illustrator these are called artboards. Okay, so artboard is the place where you guys will be able to put out your drawing. If you do want to put up image, you guys can put up image as well, and it efficiently manage multiple artboards in Illustrator to streamline your design process. Okay, so if you're taking mood board and you want to just see what all things to choose, so in that case you guys can just take artboards and put up your mood board over there. Okay, like you guys can actually put up all your text type, what you're going to use. You guys can basically use that as well. Okay, so you guys will learn how to organize and navigate through various design iterations effortlessly. Okay, so we will be learning about that as well. And now you will be learning about color and gradient tool as well. Okay, so we'll dive into the vibrant world of color and gradient manipulation in Adobe Illustrator. I'll be telling you guys about few of the websites from where you guys can just take out different gradient colors, and you guys can manipulate. Let's say from the gradient you do want a particular color itself, how you will be able to take that. And also we will learn about colors. Okay, so there are different type of gradient as well, like linear, radial, angular. Okay, and also over in colors we do have different colors, how to take color codes from a website and how to create your own color palette. Okay, so we'll unleash your creativity with the extensive range of color palettes and gradient option. Okay, so we'll look into that. And lastly, with its robust features and intuitive interface, Adobe Illustrator stands as an indispensable tool for graphic design. So with all its features and with all its interface, Adobe Illustrator basically stands as an indispensable tool for graphic design. Okay, so this is quite a nice graphic designing tool. And here, let's embrace the endless possibilities and elevate your creative journey with its powerful software. Okay, so we will basically use and see what all you guys can do in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so for logos, basically the professionals, they do use Adobe Illustrator. Okay, you guys can also check out how you can actually create some logos, how to create some illustrations. And also you guys can create any animations as well if you do wanna. Okay, so it is quite easy. But if you ask me why use Adobe Illustrator, okay, we can do this with other thing as well. Let's say you are making some animation. Okay, and now what you want to do is you want to actually animate those, but here you won't be able to animate. Okay, in Adobe Illustrator you won't be able to animate. So for that you need to go to Adobe Animate. So as these both are Adobe software, in that case what happens, it's quite easy for them to merge. Okay, so let me give you an example. Let's say you do use an iPhone. Okay, and over there you also do have a MacBook. So it's quite user friendly once you use two Apple products, and it's quite compatible. Doesn't mean that other things doesn't support it totally. It does support, but it doesn't give that particular user experience. So here we will be able to learn about all of these things. So see you all in the next chapter, where I'll be showing you guys about the interface and also how to create up a new document, and we'll learn how you will be able to get familiar with the interface and also the workspace. I'll show you how you can create artboard, about the toolbar, and a lot of things as well. See you all in this next chapter. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where I'll be showing you guys about the workspace and the interface. So once you're familiar with the workspace and the interface, the software becomes quite easy to use. Okay, so now we will learn about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so the first thing what you're going to do now is you are going to go to the new file. If you do want to create up a new document, this type of window will basically pop up and you have to rename it. You have to check the width and the height, which will come later. And also if you do want to open up any file, okay, which you have worked recently, so you guys can click here on open and you guys can open up any file from the open option. And top, you guys can see I do have my menu bar. Okay, so on the menu bar, you guys can also see that I do have different options. Okay, so here I do have the file, I do have the edit option underneath here as well. If you do want to create a new file, and if you do want to create from template, let's say you do have any template on top of which you guys want to draw your illustration. Okay, you have hand drawn it before and you want to use it as a template, so you guys will be able to do that as well, and by default it will be locked. Okay, so now that is the usage of this option. And if I come to edit, here you will have all of these options once you go to workspace. And this is the home page. As you guys can see, I do have all the recent files down here which I have worked on, and I have actually saved this particular thing in my Creative Cloud account. Okay, I'll also show you how you guys will be able to do that. And over here, you guys will be able to see up your files. And also I have actually created a document. And if I just go in here, you guys can see I do have all of these options, okay, in which I do want to work on. I can come here and I can just open up any file. Let's go back and let's go back right over here. And under the shared with you option, if anyone do have shared any file with you in cloud document, you guys will be able to view that and work together as well. Okay, and now from the deleted option here, you guys will be able to see all of the deleted Illustrator files which you have worked on if you do have delete. And here you will get a 30 days option where you guys will be able to restore back your file. Okay, let's say you do have deleted some file, and after 20 days you do realize that, okay, I do need to restore that file. I do have some work with that. So you guys can come here and from the delete option as well, you guys can restore that. So now let's come here. Let's go to the home option. And from the home option, let's try to create a new file. So once you click on new file, here you will have a popped up window quite like this, which I have already showed you just before some time. And here under recent, you guys will be able to see what were the recent sizes that you used on your work. Okay, so from here you guys will be able to view the recent sizes. And if you come down, if you do want to search for more templates, you guys will be able to search from here. Okay, so it will redirect you to your Adobe stock account, and from there you guys will be able to download. And also let's click on saved, and over here if you do have saved any of the file, it will be saved over here. Now let's look at mobile. Here you do have mobile sizes as well. Okay, you guys can take out that page and you guys can take on mobile sizes. And also here you do have a lot of templates as well, which you guys can use. Now let's go to web. If you are creating it for a web page, if you are printing it, Okay, and this is for film and video, art and illustration, and also there are different free templates which you guys can download, and you guys can also check up a preview. Okay, so now let's come here, let's go to my recent file, and from this preset details I will name this one as workspace and interface. And what I'm going to do now is I am going to give this one a 12 inches width, and over here I will give with a 8.5 inches. Okay, and how I want my orientation to be. So let's come here, let's take up a portrait orientation here instead of landscape. And from here, basically, you guys will be able to save out at what unit you do want to work on. Okay, so there are meters, centimeters, millimeters, feet and inches, picus, and pixels as well. So for me right now, I'm using the inches option. Okay, so also from here, you will be able to check that how many artboard do you want. Okay, if you do want more artboards. So if I tell you what are artboards, I have already told you in our first class that artboards are like pages in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, if you do have used Photoshop, you guys might be familiar with pages, but over here you do use artboards, or we do call it as artboard, where we guys can do our illustration. Okay, and also next comes the bleed. So bleed is the spacing between the margin and the red lining. Okay, so the between part is basically known as the bleed area. So you guys can come here, and if you do want to unlink this one, and let's say I will link this one, and if I just increase here 1, okay, here you guys can see all the 4 value it's changing. Okay, but if I come here, let's go down again 0.25, and now if I just unlink this one, let's say I am changing the bleed of the bottom or increasing it. Here you guys can see only the bottom part is increasing. So here I will be able to link it up, and also I will be able to unlink. But for me, mostly I do link it up as well, because I do want the same size of blade on all the 4 sides. Okay, and here under the advanced options, here you guys can see I do have the RGB color mode. Okay, so here I can choose from the RGB color mode or the CMYK color mode. Okay, so if you are using RGB color mode, so it is basically for digital publications. Okay, if you are publishing anything digitally, let's say for your Facebook account, or let's say for any of your social media, or it is a graphic for someone else who will use it for their website, you guys can come here and choose the RGB color mode. But if you want to print anything up, in that case, make sure that you choose the CMYK color mode. Okay, so now I will come here, let's take the RGB color mode itself, and I can come here, and once I am done, I can just click on create. I won't work on with this raster effects, let it be high, and over here I will just keep the default preview mode. And if you do want to see more settings, if you just click on settings, here you guys can see if you do want to customize this profile, you guys can customize this profile as well. You guys will be able to customize size from here. You guys can see all the same options but in more detail. Okay, so I will come here, I will just cancel this, and I will click on create over here, which will create me this particular page right over here. So this is the workspace in which we are going to work on. So now the first thing what we guys are going to do over here is we will go onto the windows. So as we are over here in our Illustrator, we need to make sure that we are on the same interface. Let's say you opened your Illustrator and it doesn't look the same. So in that case, we guys need to go here onto the windows, and let's go to workspace. And from workspace, I will select essentials. And once I've selected essentials, I will click on window. Let's go to workspace. And from workspace, I will go to reset essentials. Okay, so over here, now I guess every one of us will have the same interface. So here, as you guys can see, I already have the menu bar. And now if I click here on edit, let's say if I do create any icon right now, let's say I will just take this shape and let's click on OK. I have created this shape. Let's take my selection tool. And now if I go to edit, here you guys can see now I do have few other options available. If you do want to undo this rectangle, you guys can also undo from the edit option. Otherwise, you guys can always use Ctrl Z from your keyboard to go back. And now let's come here onto the sides of the toolbar. Let's click over here, and this particular icon will help you to have two different lines of your toolbar. Okay, so here in my toolbar, as you guys can see, I do have all of these tools present over here. Okay, so what I can do is I can come here, I can select any of the tools. So this is basically the selection tool, and the shortcut key for that is V from our keyboard, which is the default tool which will always select. Let's say if I do have any kind of icon over here, I will be able to move it up, and also I will be able to change its positioning using the selection tool itself. Okay, and if I look onto the artboard over here, you guys can see just outside this particular margin, there is a spacing between the red line and also the margin. So this is basically the bleed area. If I do want to zoom, I will click on Ctrl plus from my keyboard, and here this particular gray area between the red line and the margin is known as the bleed area. Okay, so I can come right over here and I can just check out my toolbar. Over here we will be learning about all of these tools in detail. And also, let's say you do want to change something in your toolbar. You do have a few of the tools which are missing, which you want to use. Okay, so these are not all the tools available in Adobe Illustrator. There are a lot of more. But if you do want to edit it, you guys can come here onto this three dot icon, and here you guys can see all the tools which are available. Let's say you do want to add up an anchor point. And now comes the question, where do you want to add it? Do you want to add it in a free space like this, or do you want to add it with other tool? Okay, so I will come here and let's say I will just add this anchor point. Let's come here and let's drag and drop this one right over here. So I can come here and I can just drag this one and I will just drop this one over here in the toolbar. Then also I can come down and check all the other tools which are available and which I can actually use for my tool. Let's say I want to take this area type tool under the type tool. So let's come here. I will just drag this one and I will just drop this one here in this particular place. And now again, if you want to see it with the names, you guys can click on show list view. Then over here, you guys will be able to see the names of the particular tool. Let's say if you're not familiar with what all tool are this, but if you just hover your mouse over your icon, you guys will be able to see what kind of tool it is. Let's come here. Let's go to the list view. Let's just click on outside. And here you guys can see I do have my area type tool as well. And let's say I want to move this one in my type tool also. I will come here and I will just drag this one. Okay, let's say I will just drag this one over here. Let's go to edit toolbar. And from here now I will just drag this one and drop it over here in the type tool. Let's go back again. Let's click on Ctrl minus to zoom out. And now let's again take my selection tool, which I have told that this is basically the main tool which we always use, or the default tool. And right underneath, if we come down over here, you guys will be able to see that if I do want to zoom out my artboard, or if I do want to fit on screen, this is how I will be able to do that. And also if I do want to give it up any rotation, I can come here, let's say minus 15 degree, I will be able to give up a rotation to my artboard of 15 degrees. Okay, and also if I do have a lot of artboards, I will be able to navigate from here as well. Okay, so now let's go back using Ctrl Z. Otherwise I can come here and let's go to 0 from here again. Okay, so now this was about the interface. I hope you guys have understood. And also you guys will have a bar quite like this, where you guys will be able to put up different windows. And also here you do have the layers option, and also you do have the library over here. Okay, so once we move on, we'll be learning more about all of these things. I will just click on done over here. Let's go to my properties panel. Okay, and if you do want to check out any of this, make sure that your smart guide is always on. Okay, so I will be showing you guys the usage of smart guide as well. And if you do need rulers or if you need grid for alignment, you guys can also check out this grid. You guys can turn on the rulers. Let's say if I just turn on the rulers here on the top and also on the side, I do have this particular ruler which actually gives me a nice measurement of my page. Okay, so let's come down over here again. And if you do want to add more tools over here, let's say I will go to the Windows option, and from here I do want to take the align option. Let's say you want layers. Okay, as I already do have layers over here, so I will come here. Let's take brushes. So I will just click on brushes, and I'm going to come here and I am going to drag this one. Let's click over here and I'll just put it right over here. And again, I will go to Windows. Let's say I want to take the align page. Let's come here. Let's move it up. Let's place it. And the same way, come over here and place it over here as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make your work quite easier. You are making it quite easy for you to work. Let's say you do work with the gradients a lot. So I will come here in the Windows, and from here I will just take out this gradient option. Let's move and drag it over here. Now I do have the gradient option just here on my side. You guys do have it in the toolbar as well, which you guys can use. Okay, so we'll be learning about gradients, all of the AI features. Okay, and once you're done, you guys will be able to share your document as well. Okay, and if you want to arrange documents, you guys will be able to do that. And directly, instead of going to the Windows, you guys will be able to switch on your workspace as well. So you guys can come here and switch out the workspace. If you want to make up a new workspace for yourself, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to make up a new workspace for yourself as well. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning more about Illustrator. We'll be learning about the usage of these tools and how you can use all the AI features, and also how you'll be able to create some stunning designs. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now this is the chapter number 3, where I'll be showing you guys about the selection and the direct selection tool. Okay, we'll be learning how you will be able to use that. We already know that selection tool is the default tool of Illustrator, which we'll be using most of the time. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so first thing first, what I'm going to do is I am going to create up a new file. Let's click on new file and let's name this as the selection and direct selection. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the width and the height with the same, and the blade is fine as well. And I'll just click on to create me a new page. So in last class, we do have learned about the interface, and now I guess you guys are familiar with that. And also let me tell you guys about these roll bars, using which you guys can roll up and down the page. If you do have more artboards, you guys can also view it. And if you just click on shift, your selection tool becomes a hand tool using which you guys can move out the artboard. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that. And now let's say I want to create a shape. Okay, so I will come here, let's create a shape. And from here, let's select this thing. And with this one, I will be able to give this a rotation. Okay, so if I just keep my mouse over here on one corner, I will be able to give this one up a rotation. From here, let's keep it just like this. And also, I will be able to move this positioning. Let's say I want to bring it right over here into the center. Okay, so I will just place it right over here in the center. And as my smart guide is on, that's why I am able to see that pinkish line over here. Okay, so now let's select this particular thing. And if I do want to give it a fill color, let's come here. Let's give it a fill color. Let's click on OK right over here. And using selection tool also, I will be able to increase the size. And if I do want to increase the size from the sides, I will be able to do that as well. Okay, so that is the usage of the selection tool. So it helps you to select. Okay, let's say you do have multiple objects. So I will just click on this one right over here. Let's click on to this particular path using the selection tool. Okay, so now I will just click on to this one, and what I'm going to do is I am going to just place it right over here. And now let's duplicate it using Alt. So I will just click on Alt and I will just duplicate this one. And I will just give this thing up a different color. Let's come here. Let's change up the fill color and let's give it up this color over here. So now if I select, and let's say now these are individual objects. And if I do want to select individually, I will be able to select individually. Otherwise, if I just click on Shift, and if I do have multiple objects, I will be able to select all the selective objects. Okay, and now if you do want to select all together, you guys can come here, take your selection tool and make up a selection, and both of this thing will be selected. And now if you do want to group this thing, you guys will be able to come here and you guys will be able to group it right from here. Otherwise, you guys can click on Control G from your Windows and Command G from your Mac. Okay, so let's come here. That is basically the usage of selection tool, which we'll be using most of the time. If you do want to work with any object as well, you need to select on that object, and after that under appearance you will have all of its option like the fill, the stroke, and also different options over here. You guys can see, I will just cancel this now. The alignment option, the arranging option. Okay, so let's come here, let's arrange it over here on top. So to arrange it, let's right click over here, let's go to arrange, and I will just click on bring to front. Okay, so over here you guys can see now this red square is on top of this particular color square. Okay, so that is how you guys can change the arrangement over here, and you'll be able to learn more about arrangement once we move on to our layers class. Okay, so we do have the layers class as well and usage of this selection tool. And now let's come here and let's place it somewhere down. Let's come here, let's bring it down over here and let's double click. And at starting, you guys might get confused with one simple thing. Okay, let's say once I'm selecting this object and now I am double clicking, that over here now I am not able to select this top layer or if any other object I have instead of this one. But now individually I'll be able to change all of its object. Okay, so now if you do want to come back to the same normal page, what you guys can do is there are two different ways. The first thing is double click on the outside of your artboard. Otherwise, let's double click again. From here you guys can see there is a arrow sign. Okay, so I will just click on back one level and again I am back here at my artboard. So now I hope you guys have understood the usage of selection tool, which is very vast. Once we move on to our classes, we'll be exploring new things as well. Okay, so now let's take my direct selection tool, and once any of this object have this particular triangle icon just underneath over here, you guys need to think that it do have other object as well. Okay, so I will just drag this one, otherwise I will just select this one. Okay, I will just hold my left side of my mouse, and over here you guys can see I do have the direct selection tool. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the direct selection tool and the shortcut key is A, and here I do have the group selection tool as well, and also I do have the lasso tool. Okay, so let's come here, let's take the direct selection tool. So selection tool helps you to select any particular object, but direct selection tool actually helps you to select the object's path, and you will be able to change up the anchor. So for that, we need to understand what an anchor point is, what a handle is, and also what a path is. Okay, so here this is the anchor point. So the spacing between both anchor point is known as the path. Okay, and in the same way over here, if I do have a circle, let's create an ellipse over here. Let's click on Shift. I will just cancel. Let's click on Shift over here. Okay, so I will just click on Shift. Let's click on OK. And here I do have a circle as well. Okay, now if I take my direct selection tool and now over here, if I just click on my anchor, here you guys can see I do have these handles using which I will be able to manipulate the size over here. So I can come here, I can basically manipulate the size, and here you guys can see I am able to do that quite easily using the handles. So you guys can click on Control Plus to zoom in over here, and now you guys are able to see these handles more properly. So I will come here, let's change up this one over here. Let's take this using the direct selection tool again, and let's select these handles. So let's come here, let's select this handle, let's come down, and let's move this up as well. Okay, so I will just move this up over here. And what you can do is you guys can just duplicate this layer as well. So I will come here, take my selection tool, let's select this one, let's click on Alt, and I will just duplicate this one, and let's keep it right over here. Let's select both of this using Shift, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to give no stroke. So I will come here, I will not give up any stroke. Let's come here onto the down part, and what I'm going to do is I am going to take out my color. Let's go to fill option, and from here I will take out something lighter. So I will just click on OK right over here. Let's select this one, let's go back, and from here I will just go on to a bit darker, and let's click on OK. And here you guys can see I did have made one shape. Okay, so using the selection tool out of any circle where the handle has been used, and here onto this particular option, which is the rectangle, if I take my direct selection tool, I won't be able to change up the handles. Okay, so over here I won't be able to change up the handles, but what I can do is I can come here and I can just move it up. Also, if I do want to change its anchor, I can come here and I can move out its anchor as well. Okay, let's say I want to make out a different shape. So I will come here and I will be able to make up different shapes over here. Now let's click on stroke. Let's give out no stroke. Let's click on Alt and let's come over here. And now let's give this one up a dark color. Let's go with something black and let's click on OK. So here you guys can see how it actually looks, this particular design. Let's go back, and using selection tool and direct selection tool, you guys will be able to create this kind of designs. And lastly, if you do want to group it, just select all of it, make sure to click Ctrl G, and now this is one object. So now let's select, let's come here, let's select both of this, let's group it up over here, let's group this one. Okay, so let's come here, let's select this, and now you guys can just basically move this thing around. Let's come here, let's select both of this, and I will just move this thing around with my selection tool. So I will come here, select this one, and come back over here, and here you guys can see how it actually looks. Let's place it right over here, and I hope you guys have understood the usage of the selection tool, the direct selection tool over here as well. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about tools. So before that, let's come here and let me show you guys how you will be able to save your file as well. Okay, so once you're here, you guys can go to the file from the menu bar, and once you're here on file, let's go to save as. Okay, so I will just click on save as if you're saving it for the first time. Let's come here, let's go to my desktop, let's come to my resource file, and from here let's click on save, and this type of window will basically pop up. Make sure to do not change anything, and instead of that, click on OK. And here you guys can see I do have this particular file right over here. Now let's just close this thing down, and I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about Adobe Illustrator itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So this is our chapter number 4, where I'll be showing you guys the shape tool, how you will be able to manipulate those shapes, and what are the custom shapes that you guys will be able to create. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. So first thing first, I need to create up a new file, and from here I will name this one as shapes. So let's come here. Let's just click on backspace and let me name this one as shapes. I will keep the width at 8.5 and the height at 12 inches. Let's click on create over here. And now here you guys can see I do have my workspace. So first thing first, let's come here on the toolbar, and from here, let's see what are the tools which I do have over here. So first of all, I do have the rectangle tool, and the shortcut key for that is M from my keyboard. I do have the ellipse tool, and the shortcut key for that is L. And I do have the polygon tool, the star tool over here, the line segment tool, and the arc tool as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's create or start on with the rectangle. So using rectangle tool, I will be able to create a rectangle. Let's say if I just come here and if I just hold on to here, I will be able to create one. Let's come here, let's drag and drop over here, and here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to create up a rectangle. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have created a rectangle of different proportion, but over the same way, if you want to keep the same proportion, let's say the width and the height of your rectangle should be same. In that case, you guys need to click on shift, and here you guys can see now that particular size or the width and the height has been locked. So you guys can only increase the size but not the width or not the height. Okay, so I will just click one over here. Let's take my selection tool and let's move it up. And let's come here, let's take out this anchor point and let's delete this one. And let's move this one back over here on top. And this is how you guys will be able to create one rectangle. And the same way, if you do want to create a rectangle, but here now you want to generate the rectangle from the center. So in that case, now if you click on Alt, when you're here in your rectangle tool, you will have an icon quite like this. So here you guys can see you are able to create this particular rectangle from the center itself. Okay, and here you guys can make up a big line like this. Otherwise, if you do want to make up a line quite like this, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. But here also, if you do want to keep the proportion the same, you guys can come here and click on shift with alt, and over here you guys can see now it is proportional. Okay, so I will just select this one. Let's come here, let's take my selection tool, or let's click on V from my keyboard and let's just move it up right over here. So I will just move this one up over here as well. And you guys already know that here I do have my anchor point. This is the center, and here this is the path, and here anchor point, and over here it's also the same. And this outside layer is basically known as the stroke, which we'll be learning in detail about later. But here, as in this class we are talking about shapes, I will also show you how you will be able to manipulate those shapes. So now let's say I want to curve this particular rectangle which I have over here. Okay, so for that I do have this particular option over here. Okay, so you guys can see 4 dots on 4 sides of my rectangle. So what I can do is if I just click one and if I just decrease the size, here you guys can see individually I am able to change the size or the radius of this particular end. Okay, but if I come over here again and if I do want to do it for all of this, I will come here and I will just select using shift. Okay, so I will come here, I will just select using shift, and now if I just decrease the size, here you guys can see I am able to change up the radius. So individually, if I come here, I will be able to change or manipulate on any sides as well. Okay, so that is this particular option right over here. And also if you do want to check out the options, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to check out all these options from your bar over here. Okay, so you guys will be able to check out the radius. Let's come here. Once you click on this 3 icon, you guys will be able to see that the corner type. Okay, so if you do want to unlink the radius, I have also showed you the same settings once I was creating a new document. Here also you guys can also do the same. If you want to link the radius corners, you guys will be able to link. Let's say if I just change this one, here you guys can see there is some change. But now if I just unlink, let's say I want to increase the radius over here, and also I want to decrease it here in downside as well. And over here, I do want to increase. And the same way I want to increase over here. So let's come here, and here you guys can see my rectangle has turned into an other object. So this is how you guys can create different kind of shapes. Keep on the alignment over here. Make sure that you have your smart guide on. So once I do have this particular thing, I will come here. Let's click on Alt, and I will duplicate this one. And the same way, if I do want to give this one a rotation, I can come here into the transformation panel. And now I can give this one a rotation. Or if I do want to flip, I can come here and I can just click on flip. Okay, so once I have flipped this one, I will just come here and I will just check out the spacing. Let's keep out the spacing right over here. Okay, and let's select all of this. And what you're going to do is decrease the size. Okay, so I will just click on Shift and I will just decrease the size. Let's place it right over here. Okay, and now if you do want to give this one individual colors, you guys can come here and give these things up individual color. Let's take something in yellow for me, and I will just click on OK over here, and I will give some dark color over here. Let's say I want to give some dark red color. Let's click on OK. And lastly, I will select this one, and now I will use the eyedropper tool. So let me tell about the eyedropper tool as well. Once you select your eyedropper tool, and once you have selected this object before, now if you take any color, let's say I want to put out this red color, it will give my particular shape this same color. And again, if I do want to change, I will come here, I will click onto this option, and over here it will change accordingly. Now let's take my shape tool over here again. And using this rectangle tool, I have created this nice design. So now let's come here and let's go to the ellipse tool. So the same way, if you do want to create an ellipse, you just need to hold, and here you will be able to create an ellipse of any shape. And now if you do want to create it proportionally, you guys need to click on to the Shift. Okay, so let's come here, and now let's just go back. I will just go back. Let's go back again, and now let's click on cancel. And over here, if you just tap once, also you guys will be able to create ellipse. Okay, you guys can give your width and the height. If you want to link it, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to link it as well. So let's come here, and now let's click on OK. And over here, let's say I want to create 2. And I will just come here and I will also write 2. Let's decrease the size, and I will change the width as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's change the width, and I will just click on OK. And here, if you do want to change it with the anchor point, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to change it with the anchor point as well. So now if you do want me to decrease the size, let's click on Shift, and this is how you guys will be able to decrease this particular size. Okay, so this was about creating ellipse. And if you do want to create any ellipse from the center, make sure you click on Shift and Alt, and now you guys create up a shape. Okay, so you guys need to come here, make sure you are clicking with your mouse properly. Sometimes I'm just having some problem here with my mouse. If I'm just tapping here once, you guys can see now I can just export. Otherwise, let's cancel this. And now I will just duplicate this layer, which I already do have. Let's click on Alt, and I can come here and I can just duplicate this one quite like this. So I will come here and I will just duplicate this one. And let's say I want to give this one up a different color. Let's go to the color option. And from here, let's give this one up this color. Let's come here and let's give this one a blue color. So let's come here. Let's go to the bluish panel. Let's come to this color and let's give out this color over here. Once I have aligned this one, I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to use the ellipse tool. You will be able to increase or decrease the radius as well. And now instead of ellipse, let's come here. Let's take up a polygon. So the same way, if you just tap once, here you guys will be able to select what is going to be the radius of your polygon, and also you will be able to select that how many sides do you want over here. Okay, So if I do want a 5 side, I will come here, I will just take 5. Let's click on OK. And over here, I do have my polygon with 5 sides. So let's come here. If you do want to increase the size, you guys can come here and let's say increase the size. Let's place it right over here. Okay, so I will just place it right over here. Let's click on Alt and let's duplicate it over here onto this particular side as well. So I will come here, I will just try to align it, and let's give this one up a different color as well. So if I do want to flip it, I will come here and I can just flip it horizontally as well. Okay, and here you guys can see I will just flip it horizontally. And now let's give this one up a different color. So let's double click. Let's come here. Let's go to some yellow. So let's come here. Let's go with dark. Let's click on OK. And now I will just only select this one. Let's take my eyedropper tool and I will just give out this particular same color. Let's come here, take my selection tool. So we have already learned about the polygon tool, the ellipse tool, and the rectangle tool. And now the same way, if you want to come here and if you want to draw up a star, let's come here and let's click on this one, and here you will be able to create up stars. Okay, so now I will just click on shift to keep on the same proportion. So I will just come here, create this star. Then over here, if you do want to increase the point or if you do want to decrease the point, you guys will be able to increase or decrease the point of your star. Okay, so let's say I just want 4. Okay, so I will come here. I just want 3 points. Let's say I want to take 4 points. I will come here and I will just take on 4 points. And again, you guys can make some shape using ellipse tool. Let's come here. Let's click on shift. Let's click on OK. And what you can do is you guys can just decrease the size. Let's come here. Let's click on shift. And I will just decrease the size. Let's give this one up a white color. Let's come here. Let's click on OK. Now let's take my selection tool using V. Take it and just place it over here in the center. So here you guys can see this one gives a Beyblade like structure. Okay, so here you guys can see it looks like a blade. And now again, what you guys can do is let's come here. Let's take about the line segment tool. And now over here, if you do want to create up any line, if you do want to create, you guys can come here, drag and drop, and here you guys can see what is the dimension or the length. And also you guys will be able to see how many degrees it is. Okay, so here you guys will be able to do that. And now if you do want it in a straight line, you just need to click on shift. And now if you just move here, it will just move to a particular degree. Now it's in 315. Now here it's 270. Here you have 225 and here 180. And if you go on top, it's 90. And again, it is at 0. So if you do want to create some straight line, this is one option which you guys can use. And also you guys will be able to change out the stroke size. Okay, if you do want to darken it, if you want to move out different stroke options, you guys will be able to do that. And about stroke, we'll be learning later. Let's come here. Let's just duplicate this using Alt, and I will just come here and I'll just duplicate this as well. Control minus to go back. Now let's come here. Let's click Control plus to zoom in again. And also you guys can go to view, and from view you guys can actually fit your artboard to the screen. Okay, so this is how it will actually work. And we have learned about the line tool as well, how you will be able to use this line. Here you guys can see it consists of 2 anchor points and a path. Okay, so this is about that. This is how you will be able to create an ellipse of different sizes. And lastly, over here you do have the arc tool. Let's say you do want to create up any arc. So over here you guys can see now you will be able to create up an arc with any width or any height. And if you don't have this arc tool, what you guys can do is you guys can just come here into this 3 icon option, and from here you will be able to edit your toolbar. If you do want to see it by name, you guys can check it by name from the draw option. Okay, so now it is giving me this particular color. It means that I already do have the arc tool in my toolbar. So again, I will come here. Let's take my selection tool. Let's cancel this one. Let's take the arc tool again. And here you will be able to create up an arc with any height and width. And if you do want to do it using shift and Alt, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. It will generate it from the center. Okay, and if you do want to create or just keep the same width and the height, you just need to click on Shift, because it will proportionally create a arc for you. Okay, so you come over here and using arc, let's click on Control Z. Let's come here, let's click on Shift, and over here you guys will be able to create up an arc quite like this. Then the same way, what you can do is, if you do want to come here, let's just select this one. Let's just create another arc over here, and let's come here, and if you do want to move it up, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to move it up as well. Okay, so here you guys can actually select the length of the x-axis, and here you will be able to select what type of arc do you want. Okay, if you do want a closed arc, now if I just click on OK, here you guys can see it had created me a closed arc quite like this. Okay, so now I will just delete this path. Let's click on delete over here. Let's click on delete. Let's come here, then over here let's click on delete again, and now here you guys can see I do have this arc, and let's place it over here. Let's click on Alt and let's duplicate this one. And what you guys can do is you guys can just give this thing up rotation as well. Let's come here on top, let's give it a flip, and over here you guys can see how it actually works. Let's come here, let's just select outside, let's select only this path, and I will just join this one. And what I can do is I will just select both of this, and now I will just increase the stroke. Okay, so I will come here and let's say I will just go down, and from here I will just increase the stroke, and I won't keep any fill for now. Okay, so I won't just keep any fill. So also here in this particular class, I'll be showing you guys how easily you guys will be able to increase or decrease the stroke size. So first thing, you guys need to select everything. There is another way of how you will be able to select. So that is Control A from your keyboard, and here each and everything is being selected. And now if I just come down over here and if I just decrease the size, let's say I will come here and I will just decrease the size of this whole thing. Let's come here, let's zoom in, and here you guys can see the strokes which I had. Okay, so these are not fills or these are not shapes. Here I only do have the strokes. Okay, also here I only do have the strokes. This is also basically decreasing over here. Okay, but now if you do see a problem that once you're decreasing the size, your stroke size is actually remaining the same. So in that case, now I will just click on to increase the size of this one right over here. So I will just Control minus, and what I can do is I will come here, I will just select outside. Then if I just turn off scale corners and scale stroke effects, and now let's select everything, and now if I do decrease, here you guys can see now if I just zoom in using Control plus, here you guys can see my strokes are bigger and not accurate the way I wanted. Okay, so for that, always you need to make sure that you click on scale corners and scale stroke and effects from here as well. And what you can do is you guys can just select, hold this thing up, and now you guys can just increase the size accordingly. Let's come here, and if you do want to go back, let's come here, let's click on Control minus to zoom out. And again, I will just make sure that I do have both of this thing on. So I will just close this thing down again. Let's come here and let's increase the stroke. Okay, so I will just increase the stroke from here. Control minus to zoom out. And let's place all these things over here in the center. So Illustrator, you guys should not have any kind of problem once you're increasing or decreasing the size of your graphics or the objects present in your paper, okay, or in your artboard. So I hope you guys have got a basic idea about shape tools. So we have learned about the rectangle tool, how you will be able to create up an ellipse, the polygon tool, the star tool, the line segment tool, and also the arc tool. Okay, so if you just double click, you will have the arc tool options, and if you do want to click on open, again you guys can open as well, and where you want it to base along. You want it to base it along the x-axis or the y-axis, and in what shape you do want. How much concave do you want, or do you want it as convex? You guys can come here and you guys can do that. And if you don't want to fill the arc, you guys can come here, click on fill arc, and you guys can click on the fill arc as well. And I will just click on OK. Here it have created me a arc as well. Control Z to go back. And lastly, to finish up this particular class, let's save this particular file. Let's go to file, and from there let's go to save as, and from here I will click on shapes. Let's go to desktop, and from desktop let's go to my resource file. Let's come here and let's save it. And this type of window will basically pop up, and what you need to do is you need to click on OK, and it will basically be saved. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood the usage of different kind of shapes over here. So in next class, we'll be learning more about Illustrator. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5, where I'll be showing you guys about the type tool in detail. Okay, so how you will be able to work on with your type tool, how you'll be able to change out the frame, and also I'll be showing you guys about kerning and all as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to create up a new file. So let's come here and let's write type tool. Okay, so I will just type tool, and I'll just keep out the same width and the height, and let's click on to create, and it will create me a page quite like that. Okay, so over here you guys can see my type tool is already being selected. Okay, so using type tool, basically you guys will be able to write things up. Okay, so for that, let's come here and let's change my workspace. Let's click on switch workspace and let's go to the essential classics. Okay, you guys will be able to see the character option onto your properties panel as well. And let's say if you don't see it, in that case, you guys need to go to Windows. Then from there, make sure that you click on to this option over here. Okay, the paragraph option, the text option, you guys can come here underneath as well. You guys can check those options out. Here you guys can see I do have my properties panel. So first thing first, if I just go back and if I just tap here once with my mouse, you guys can see I do have my text. Okay, and the shortcut key for the text tool is T from our keyboard. And now let's take my selection tool, and using this I can actually increase the size of my text. Let's come here, let's place up this text over here in one corner. Let's select this, and from here, now if I just go down, here you guys can see I do have the character option. So the first thing over here is if you do want to increase the font size. So you guys can come here and you guys can increase the font size from here accordingly. And also you guys will be able to select what kind of font do you want. Okay, so if you come here and if you just check, you do have a lot of fonts over here. So from here, basically you guys will be able to select what font you need. You guys will be able to filter those things out as well. Here you guys can see if you don't want to see larger sample text size, you guys can come here, and if you do want to see it here, the default sample text size, and if you do want to see small, you guys will be able to filter that. Then also you guys will be able to come here onto the filter option, and from here you guys will be able to select, like if you do want to see it with serifs, the fonts, if you want to see the font with low contrast, or if you do want it the high exact height, you guys can also check those things out and select it. So you guys can come here and there are a lot of options. Also you guys will be able to download your font from any of the search engine. So you guys can come here and you guys can check. Let's take this Gill Sans Ultra Bold. So I will come here and I will just take out this bold option. And also in different parts, if I take this one and if I come here and let's say I want to take a normal one over here. Let's go with band script, and over here under band script, here under the subdivision, I do have this option called light condense. Do I want it semi condensed? And here if I do want bold, if I do want bold semi condensed, and also if I do want bold, I can select this. So I will come here, I will just select this bold condensed. Here this is the subcategory. And now let's come here and let's take my text tool again. And if I do want to make any changes, I will come here, click over there once. And if I just click on enter, here you guys can see I do have 2 lines. So what you can do is you guys can select this one. Then over here, if you do want to change the spacing between both the lines, you guys will be able to do that. So now let's come here, and here you guys can see once I'm increasing the sign, the gap between both of these letters are changing. The same way, if I just decrease the size, here you guys can see I can also make both of these things overlap each other as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work on with this particular option. Okay, so now again, let's come here, let's duplicate this text using Alt. So I will just duplicate my text over here, and also let's duplicate this one over here on top as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's select this one, and now I want to just edit it. Let's click on backspace. I will just come here, click on backspace, take my selection tool, select my selection tool, and place it somewhere over here. And now if I take my tool over here, and now if I come down here, you guys can see I do have one particular option. So for that, again, if I just take my type tool, let's come here, let's select this one. And from here, if you do want to use the kerning, you guys can come here and you guys can actually change up the kerning option. So if you do want to come here, and if you do want to extend selection, here you guys can see kerning on extended selection can only be set to auto or 0. To modify space between multiple character, use the tracking option. Okay, so here this is the kerning option. Let's first show you guys about the tracking. And over here you guys can see if I am increasing the size, here you guys can see you guys will be able to increase the size between letters. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can actually change out the spacing between the letters. And over here, let's take out this type tool. Let's come here, let's select one, and from here now you guys can actually select auto, 0, and all over here as well. Okay, so that was about kerning. So now again, let's come here and you guys can actually use the kerning as well. Okay, so I will just click on OK. I can modify it accordingly. Let's come here. Let's take my selection tool. Once I've selected this, if I want to see more options for my character, I will come here and click on to this 3 icon. So we have already learned about what type of font you are going to choose, the style, and also the type over here. And here you guys can see this is a variable font. You guys will have this particular option if this is a variable font, and you guys can check the width and the height from here as well, which is more advanced. So here you guys can see the font size. This is the kerning option, and here it actually helps you to kern between 2 characters. Okay, so you guys can come here. Let's say I will just select this, and now if I just select both of this, I will be able to select the kerning from here as well. Okay, so if I just come here, let's say I want to put this one in the center, and now I want to change up the kerning. Okay, so I can come here and I can just increase the spacing only between both of these letters. Okay, and now if I do want to increase the size, I can come here and individually I can increase the size as well. So this is the usage of kerning. You guys can create some stunning designs using that. So let's come here and let's go down. Let's go to more options. And from here, you guys can see if you want to scale it vertically, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to scale up your character vertically. And also if you want to scale your character horizontally, you guys will be able to do it from here. So let's keep it 15 and 15 over here as well. And also here you guys can see you guys will be able to set the baseline shift. So for that, I need to come here, and the one which I do want to work with individually, I will come here. Let's say I want to change the base of this R. Okay, so I will come here and I will just only select this one. Let's go to more options. Then from here, now I will select or I will just shift the base. Okay, so using this I can actually work over here. Let me give it up a 10. And also over here what I can do is I will just select this one. Let's go on more options, and from here now I will just select 10 as well. So I will directly click on 10. Otherwise I can see here in the drop down, I will just click on 9, and again I will just increase it by 1 over here. And the same way you guys can come here and do it with any word. Let's go to more options, and from here now let's increase the baseline shift. Okay, so I will just give it to 10. And lastly over here, if you do want to give any character any kind of rotation, you guys can come here and give that character a rotation. Here you guys can see I can just give this one up a 45 degree. Let's say I want to give this up a 30-degree rotation. You guys can see I do have given this one up a 30-degree rotation right over here. Okay, so that was about some of the options. And now let's say I will come here and I want all of this text over here in capital. So I will come here, I will just click on all caps, and if I do want the first one in capital and I want to use other one as capital letter but at small caps, I can also do that. So now let's come here again, let's just type things out. Let's take my type tool, and from here now let's type H, or let's come here, let's just change out the settings. So let's come here, let's reset the settings, let's go back, and from here let's take out a normal one. Let's change the baseline shift as well, and also I want to reset all of this thing. I will come here and I will be able to reset things down from here as well. So let's come here, let's reset all of these things. Then also if you do want to come here, let's type H. Okay, let's come here, let's type H to O. So once I have selected this one, I will take my selection tool, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come here onto more option. Then from here what I'm going to do is I am going to change up the rotation as well. So I will come here, I will just give this one up a 0, and what I can do now is I will just change this up to all caps as well. Okay, so now let's say I want to make this one as a subscript. Okay, so I will come here, and here you guys can see I do have the subscript option, and let's say from here I will just double click to get my type tool, and over here now I will just select this 2. Let's go to more options, and from here now I will be able to take this one as a subscript. Okay, and also I will be able to choose what kind of 2 do I want. If I do want to take out this color, I will come here and let's click on this one, and here you guys do have your formula. And the same way, if I come here, let's take my text tool, and now let's type 9 by 9. Okay, I will just write 99, and what I'm going to do is I want to make it as 9 power by. So once I've selected this, I already do have the option over here, but again if I do want to see it over here on my screen, always I can come here and I can just bring this character panel out. Okay, so I will come here and I can basically bring my character panel out as well. Okay, so I will come here, and from here let's go back again to my same workspace, which is the essential workspace. So I will come here onto my essential workspace. Let's go to Windows, and from here you guys can see I do have this properties panel as well. I can choose it from here. Otherwise let's click on to this character option over here, and now I can just move this thing up. So I can come here, let's say if I do want to move it, I can move it as well. So now let's select the superscript. So here you guys can see now it is 9 by 9. Okay, so you guys can come here, you guys can choose this as a superscript, and let's say once I'm done, I will just select this one. Okay, so I will just come here, take my selection tool, select this text, and what I want to do is I want to come here and I want to give this one up an underline. So I can come here and I can just give it an underline. Otherwise, if I do want to give it a strike through as well, I can give the strike through. Then I can just turn off the underline option. Okay, and also here you guys can see you guys can set the anti-aliasing method. Do you want it sharp, do you want it crisp, or do you want it strong? And also here you will be able to select the snap option. Okay, so these are few of the advanced options over here. Now I hope you guys have understood about this character option over here. And now if you do have any paragraph and all, let's say I want to fill a particular box of text. Okay, so you guys will be able to create text in two different ways. One is I've already showed you. If you just click over here once, let's change it from strike through. Let's change the superscript as well. I will just turn this off as well. Okay, so I will come here. I will just take out my particular text, and this is how you guys will be able to create up a text. Otherwise, what you guys can do is take your text tool and make a box over here. Okay, so using your mouse, you guys can just make a box of how you guys make a rectangle and all. So the same way, what I will do is I will just click on dismiss, and over here I will just make up a text box which will already fill me up with all the text. Okay, so you guys can come here and fill it up with the text. Then also, if you do want to align it over here in the center, you guys can see I am about to align my text towards the center, all of it. Then over here now it is right aligned. Over here you do, if you do want to justify it with the right line, and here also you do have also last line alignment. Here you guys can see I do have all of these alignment options. And also if you come here, you guys can check out the area type. Okay, if you are using any area, you guys can also use that. And also if you do want to use some bullets, you guys can come here and you guys can use bullet points. And if you do want to use numbering, there are different ways of numbering as well. Okay, so here is bullets, here is numbering, so you guys can use any of it. And once you select, here you guys can see where do you want to align it. Do you want to align it to the left? Do you want how much your left indent will be, how much your first line indent will be? And once you're done, you guys can click on OK. So I'll just turn it off, and here you do have the alignment option, which I will show you later once we move deep into our classes. But as we're learning about text, I have just showed you about the type tool over here in detail. So now let's come here and let's see about type on a path tool. Okay, if you want to type on a path, what do you need to do? So the first thing is you need to create a path. So there are different ways of how you will be able to create up a path. So the first thing is you guys come here, take your pen tool and make up a straight line. So I want my text to follow. So I will just click on escape over here. And now I do have created a path. So now let's come here. Let's right click on my mouse. Let's take type on a path tool. And once I do have my type tool over here, now you guys can see there is a small change over here in my text tool. Here you guys can see there is a wave like structure. So for that, what I need to do is I need to come here onto the anchor point, and what I can do is I can just place my text over here onto my anchor point. So here, once I have clicked on my anchor point, here you guys can see the text which I had over here is actually big. Okay, so if I do want to decrease the size, I can come here. And also now I want to decrease the spacing between my letters as well. Let me just keep it under 10. So I will come here, let's select this, and here you guys can see I do have this option using which I will be able to move this one as well. If I do want to come here, you guys can see this bar, and here you guys can see I can just move it up quite here on the side. And the same way, if I want to come here, let's go and let's select out this anchor point over here. Okay, let's come here, and if you do want to zoom in, Control plus, and you guys can zoom in, select this one, and you guys can just move it up here back again at the same line as well. So now again I will go back, and this is how you guys will be able to create this. Let's come here and Control Z, and let's come here, let's go back. And if you do want to move it up more, you guys can also move it up more as well. If you do want to decrease it, you guys can come here, and if you click over here, let's say I want to come here, click on this. So now again back over here, and now let's come here and let's see other options as well. Okay, so over here you guys will be able to type vertically as well. Okay, so if you do want to type anything vertically, okay, in a straight line, okay, you guys can come here, type over here, and here you guys can see I do have my default text over here in a vertical shape as well. Okay, so over here you guys can just type your thing down. Let's select the selection tool. You guys can move it up, and you guys can actually change the paragraph style. If you do want to align on the top, here you do have all the options. Okay, so here in this one it will change it to this setting, but when you're over here into the vertical type tool, the paragraph setting will kind of change like this. Okay, so now let's zoom out using Control minus, and now let's take my selection tool, and over here I do have another tool known as the area type tool. Okay, so first thing first, to use the area tab tool, I need to create a basic area. So now I'll come here, take my shape tool. Let's come here, let's just click here, and let's take one ellipse. Over here, let's click on shift, and now I want to create up an ellipse. Okay, so I will just cancel. Let's come here, let's click on OK, and now let's go down, and you guys can actually resize this one. Okay, so now let's click on shift again. I will come here, let's take my selection tool, and I will just place it right over here. And once I've created this particular shape, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change out fill. I won't give any fill, but over here for stroke, I will just give it a stroke of 1. Okay, so once I have selected this thing, I will come here, and now again I will go to my area type tool. Okay, so now I do have my area type tool, and here you guys can see once I hover my mouse over here, I can actually select on to this particular path. Okay, so I will just come here, and now I will just click on to this path, and here inside you guys can see I do have my text. So now let's come here, and here you guys can see I do have my text. If you want me to duplicate my text, or if you do want me to change my text, I can come here and I can basically change my text around. Okay, so let's type hello, and I can just click on enter. So now let's change the spelling over here. I will just type O, and I will just write E over here. So I will just type E, and what I can do is I can just select all of these things, and now let's go to character, and from here I can basically decrease the spacing between letters. Okay, so I will come here and I will just decrease the spacing. Let's come here. If you do want to see more, you guys can come here and you guys can check more as well. Okay, so here now come to this particular option. Let's go and let's select it to auto. So I will come here, I will just select this particular thing to auto, and here everything else looks good. And if you do want to decrease the font size, you guys can come here and you guys can decrease the font size as well, and you can type your things around. So here you guys can see I do have a lot of text over here inside this shape. Okay, so now you guys will see this type of icon. That means that your particular place, or this is actually working as a text box right now, which is customized text box. This means that your text is basically overflowing. Okay, so if you do want to click right over here, and if you do want to just click on backspace, and over here you guys can see now I don't have any extra text outside this particular box. Let's come here, let's take my selection tool, and over here you guys can see now you are not able to see the shape. Okay, so this is working as a path. So I hope you guys have understood about text, how actually you will be able to use the type tool over here, how you will be able to write text. And also the same way, if you do want to color any text, you guys can come here and go to the stroke. Let's come here, let's increase the stroke, and from here now if you do want to decrease it, you guys can also do that. And let's go to the fill color, and from here you guys will be able to change the fill color of this as well. So now let's take my selection tool, and here you guys can see I do have changed the color of my text. So hope this is clear for you guys. And the last thing is I will go to file, and over here I will save this particular document. So I will come here, let's go to my desktop, let's go to resource file, and from here I will just type the type tool. So I will just click on save, and this type of window will appear. I will just click on OK, and this has been saved. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning more about Illustrator itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, Take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, where I'll be showing you guys the usage of the pen and the curvature tool. Okay, so how you will be able to create different shapes using the pen tool, how you'll be able to create some shape with curve tool as well. We'll be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. So the first thing what I'm going to do is now I am going to create up a new file. So let's click on new file over here. Let's go to preset details and rename it to pen and curvature. And I'll just keep all of these values the same. And let's click on create, which will create me a page quite like that. So now if we take a look over here in our toolbar, you guys can see I do have the pen tool, and also over here I do have the curvature tool as well. So now let's first start with the curvature tool. So now once I do have selected the curvature tool, here you guys can see I do have different points. Okay, so now if I do want to create some wave-like structure, if I click over here once, and let's say I want to create a curve between both of this point. Okay, so over there what I'll do is I will just click here once and I can select at what angle do I want my curve to be. So I will come here and again what I'll do is I can select the curve wherever I do want the curve. So let's come here, let's take up a curve from here as well. And this is how you guys will be able to create up some curve. And let's say you want to just move out of this curve, then just click on escape and here you guys can see now you do have this particular shape. Okay, and now this was about creating some basic curve. But let's say I want to create a curve over here, but at some places, let's say I will just come here, let's create a curve. Okay, and over here now I do want one straight line. Okay, so in that case what I can do is I will just double click. Okay, so let's come here, let's just double click onto this anchor point. Then over here you guys can see now I do have this kind of curve over here. Okay, so let's say I will just come onto this point and now I will double click over here and again I will just create another curve over here and I will just create another curve. Let's double click over onto here into this point to get up this particular line. Let's come here and over here now let's draw this particular line, and lastly let's double click and from here you guys can actually have a straight line. Okay, so come here and let's just join this one. Let's come here, otherwise you guys can actually go back using escape as well. So I will just join this path and here you guys can see I do have one icon. So this is how you guys will also be able to create some icons quite like this. Let's click on all to duplicate, and if you just do want to duplicate it on top, you guys can just click on Ctrl C and Ctrl F. Okay, so let's select this one, let's click on Ctrl C and again I will just click on Ctrl F, and what I can do now is I can just move this one a little bit with my arrow. Okay, so I will come here and here you guys can see I am able to move this quite properly. So once I am happy, I will come here on top. Let me just give this one up a different color. Let's come here. I will just click on OK. And lastly, let's come down and into this one. Let's come here. Let's take out any yellow color, which is a bit faded. So I will just click on OK. And here you guys can see this is giving me that I do have another object, or this is just the width of this particular object. Okay, so you guys can select this path, and what you guys can do is you guys can just increase the stroke. Okay, so you guys can increase the stroke, and from here for the fill I will just give no fill over here. Let's come and now let's decrease the size of this thing from here itself. Okay, so let's come here and let's just give this one up a rotation. Okay, so I will just give this one up a rotation over here and I will just move this thing up. Let's come here. Let's place it over here on top. And what I can do is right click. Let's go to arrange. And from here, I will just bring it to front. Okay. And now let's click on Alt over here. Let's duplicate and let's duplicate this one over here as well. Now let's select this one. And now let's give this one up a rotation. So I will come here. I will just give this one rotation over here. Let's come on to this end as well. So let's come here. Let's give up a rotation. Let's select this one. Let's place this one over here itself. And let's select this one and let's just give this one up a flip. Okay, so I will just give this up a flip. And if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here and you guys can basically decrease the size. And lastly, let's select this path. Let's click on Alt. Let's duplicate this one and let's place it somewhere right over here itself. Okay, so you guys can actually create something quite like that. Okay, and that is the use of the curvature tool. Okay, I have told you in curvature tool how you will be able to have a sharpen and also how you will be able to create a curve. You guys can also create different kind of cloud and all as well once you master the usage of the curvature tool. But now let's come here and let's see about the pen tool. So now over here, let's take out my pen tool. Okay, so let's come here. Let's take out this pen tool. And first thing which I'll show you that using pen tool, you guys will be able to draw some straight lines. Okay, so over here, you guys can see I am able to take out some straight lines over here. If I do want recommendation regarding that, and if I do want straight lines, what I can do is I will come here. And from here now I will just click on shift and it will only move at 45 degrees and also in 90 degrees, 180 degree over here as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create some straight lines. But let's say from here, I want to create a curve. Okay, so I want to create a curve over here. So once I have selected this particular anchor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another point. And here, now at that particular point, once I create that, I need to just drag. Okay, so once I drag over here, you guys can see I do have my handles over there on top. So I will be able to manage the handle later as well. So I will come here and here you guys can see I will be able to create something like this. Let's come here. Let's select this path and now let's create up a circle quite like this. Let's come here and let's join this path as well. Okay. And once you're done, you guys can come here and you guys can basically work with this particular handle over here. If you want to go back, Control Z. Let's take my selection tool and using my selection tool, let's click on to this anchors. And from here, now I will be able to work on with all of this. Let's come here. Let's select this particular anchor over here as well. And now you guys can see I will be able to create some different shapes using this one. Okay, so if you do have any kind of template on top of which you want to draw, okay, so you guys will be able to draw any kind of icon using that as well. Okay, so that is the usage of the pen tool. So for understanding pen tool, you need to know that you do have the anchor point and here you do have the path and you need to know how you should work with the handle. Okay, so at first or at the beginning, the pen tool might seem quite confusing, but once you keep on doing or once you keep on practicing the pen tool, you will be able to master the usage of pen tool on a continuous basis. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this part. Let's come here. Let's give this shape some color. Okay, so let's come here, Control Z, let's cancel. From here, now let's take out color. And from here, now let's try to give this one up some different color. Let's go with something in blue. So I will come here, click on OK. And again, I will just click on Alt and I will just duplicate. Otherwise, let's go back. And from here, what you'll do is Control C. And now I will just click on Control F. Okay, so once I'm done, let's just move this down with my arrow a little bit over here. And now underneath, let's give this one up a light color. Okay, so I will just come here into the color option. And from here, let's double click into my fill option. And from here, let's go with something lighter. and let's click on OK. And over here you guys can see how this particular icon basically looks. Okay, so the same way you guys will only be able to color up the strokes. So let's come here, let's increase the stroke. Maybe from here, let's take it to 16. And what I can do is I can go to the stroke color, and from here you already do have different kind of swatches which you guys can work on with. But for me, I will directly go on to this color mixer, and from here I will be able to choose up the color for my stroke whichever I want. So I will just choose out this color over here, and I will just save this thing up. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually use the pen tool for drawing various things. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make some designs using the pen tool and also the curvature tool. So once you master both of these tools over here in Illustrator, you'll be able to make some stunning designs over here. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning more about stroke and fill in Illustrator. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where I'll be showing you guys about the fill and the stroke. Okay, so we already know what a fill and stroke is, but here in this particular chapter, we'll be learning about fill and stroke in detail. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so the first thing what you need to do is you need to create up a new file. Let's click on new file. Let's come here, select this thing, and let's name this up. Okay, so I will name this particular thing as fill and stroke, and I'll just keep all the options same. Let's change the orientation itself, and let's click on create. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have my artboard, and for that the first thing I will do is I will just create up a rectangle. Okay, so let's come here, let's try to create up a rectangle over here. Let's cancel this, and now over here let's just put up the value. Let's say 5, and I will just put on 5 over here as well. Let's keep 5, and let's click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have my rectangle right over here. So here onto this particular rectangle, if you guys look closely, it basically consists of 2 things. Okay, so one is basically the path, and another one is the anchor points. Okay, and here this path is basically known as the stroke, and the boundary inside which space do I have is known as the fill. Okay, so individually what you guys can do is you guys can come here, let's select the path, and from here now you will be able to change up the stroke size. As you guys can see, this is known as the stroke, and over here you guys will be able to change up the stroke style. But first let's see about the fill option. Okay, so let's come here, let's turn off the stroke over here, and what you can do is let's go to fill, and from here there are different swatches which you guys can use. Okay, so there are different colors which you guys will be able to use, and also over here you guys can see I do have the value as well. Okay, so here all these colors are in the CMYK format, and over here if you do want to create up a new swatch, you guys will be able to do that up over here as well. Let's click on fill, and also over here suppose you are working on a particular logo, okay, and you already do have selected few of the colors which you are going to use in that particular logo throughout. So in that case what you need to do is, let's say I will just come here, close this down, let's go to my Chrome, and from my Chrome I will just take one account. Let's come here and let's search for color hunt. So what I can do is I will just type color hunt over here. Let's click on enter. Then this is a website basically for designers and artists who look for colors, and they can actually take out this color palette from here itself. Okay, so let's say from here I do like this particular color and I do want to use this one. So the first thing what I need to do is I just need to click over here on top of the color code, which consists of these 6 numbers. Okay. So again, I will just go to my Illustrator, and from here, if you just go on fill, okay, and from here I will be able to give out the color. Let's double click over here. Let's click on Control V, and if I just click on OK, here you guys can see I do have the same color which I had pasted. Okay, so if I do want to have this type of colors, so for that again I will just close this thing down. Let's say I want to add it over here in my fill option. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to create a new color group, and I'm going to name this color group as fill, and I will just click on OK. And over here you guys can see this particular folder over here is named as fill, and over here I do have other colors or other fills. And from here now, if I do want to add more colors to it, I will come here, and from here now I will just click on new swatch. Okay, so I can come here, I can have this new swatch. Let's go here, let's copy this color, and let's go over here in my Illustrator. Let's double click, and let's click on Control V to copy, and now let's click on OK. And here you guys can see I do have this color as well. And again, if I do want to create a new swatch or a new color, the same way I will come here, I will just go and select or copy this color. Let's come back to my Illustrator, double click, Control V to copy, and let's click on OK. And now I do have all of these 3 colors which I wanted for my logo. Okay, so here this is how you guys will be able to create up new folders and different swatches in your color panel. So now again, let's click here onto the fill again. Let's come here, let's click on fill, and also manually you guys will be able to choose. Okay, so if you just come here, you guys can go to the color menu, and from here you guys can actually, if you do want to convert it to a RGB color mode, you guys can come here and basically convert it to a RGB color mode as well. Here also you guys can see you will be able to add more swatches to it. Okay, so this was about the fill. And if you come here, if you want to see the swatch libraries menu, here you do have a lot of options which you guys can use over here as well. If you just click on fruit, here you guys can see you do have different options from where there are pre-made swatches by Illustrator here for you. So you guys can come here. Let's say I want to place this one right over here. You guys can come here and you guys can just save out this one as well. Let's come here, and if you do want to close it down, you guys can come here and you guys can just close this particular tab as well. Okay, so this was about the fill, and now let's try to understand about the stroke. Okay, so I do have this particular fill. Let's give this one up this particular color, and now I want to have a stroke which width will be 2 points. Okay, so let's give 5. And over here you guys can see now this particular boundary which I just have outside my fill box is known as the stroke. Okay, so this is basically the stroke, and we will be able to increase or decrease the size of the stroke from here as well. But if you want to see in detail about stroke, let's click over here onto the stroke option, and now underneath you guys can see I do have all of these options. Okay, so you guys can come here, and from here you guys can see you have the weight option, which is same as what is going to be the width. Okay, and also here you do have the cap option. Okay, so let's say I do have any kind of stroke which is in 1 or 2 singular line. Okay, but now if I just zoom in using Control Plus, let's move out. Okay, here you guys can see this particular joints over here are basically sharp. Okay, so the same way, if you select this one, let's come down over here, let's click on stroke, and over here you guys can actually get the rounded caps if you do have a singular line. But as I do have it as a shape, I will come here, and in the corner option also I do have that option. But here you guys can see now the corner of this particular rectangle is in round shape, and here you can see I do have the bevel joint as well, which has given a cut over here on the sides. You guys will be able to see the changes on all 4 of this. Okay, so let's come here, let's give it a round joint, And also if you do want to align strokes, you guys can come here and you guys can see now my stroke is inside this rectangle which I just created, and before it was over here in the center. Okay, and now if you do want to put your stroke outside of your fill, you guys can come here and you guys can align it outside as well. Okay, and also for fill or for stroke you do have different options. Let's say now you don't want this straight line. Okay, you want dashed line, so come here, make sure to click on to the dashed line option, and here you guys can see this is the dashed line, and also you guys will be able to select the gap. Okay, let's say 10. Okay, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see how it actually works. Let's go to stroke, and also if you want to add some arrowheads and stuff, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to use this arrowhead and all of these things as well. So let's come here, let's go to the stroke option. You guys can see I do have all of these options right over here. So now I have aligned stroke here in the center. Then if I do want to use any kind of arrowheads, I can use arrowheads as well. Let's select this one at first, and over here let's select this one. Okay, so you guys can come here, and if I do have any stroke, let's come here and let's take the line tool. Let's come here, let's take out the line tool, let's create a straight line using shift, and now I want to give this one a basic stroke. So let's come here and let's give this one no dashed line. I don't want dashed line over here. Okay, so let's take a straight line, and now I want to give out some arrowhead. So let's come here, I will just give out this arrowhead over here, and if I do want to scale it down, I can come here and I can just scale down the head of my arrow. Okay, and again I will come here, and from here I need to select the butt of my arrow over here as well. So now let's select this butt, and what I can do is I can just decrease the size from here as well. Let's say I will just join this one, and from here now I will just decrease this particular thing to 50. Let's come here, I will choose this 50, and over here I will just scale this thing to 50 as well. Okay, so now I will just join this thing up, and if I move it will be able, I will be able to move it quite easily. And here if you want me to extend this one, here you guys can see I will be able to extend arrow tip beyond the end of the path. Okay, so my path was still here, then now my arrowhead is only till this much. So it actually helped me to increase the size of my vector over here. Okay, and also you do have this other option where it actually brings quite down, and also over here you do have few of the profiles which you guys can basically use for your stroke. Okay, let's say I want to use this width profile, or let's say I do have a lot of width profile over here which I can actually use. And if you do want to flip it, you guys can come here and you guys can flip all of this as well. Let me just keep this uniform one only, and yeah, I hope you guys have understood about the stroke as well. So if you do want to work on with the stroke color, the same way you need to come here into this color option, and from here basically you guys will be able to select the stroke. Let's say I will come here into this color option, and over here I want this particular color as my stroke. So I will just come here, copy this color code, let's go to Illustrator, and from here let's click on stroke color. Let's just click over here, let's double click, let's click on Ctrl V, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see the color of my stroke has changed. Okay, so this is the way of how you guys will be able to work on with the stroke color and also with the fill color as well. Okay, so now let's come here down, let's take my selection tool, let's select this box, and also now there is another option known as the opacity. Okay, so if you do want to decrease the opacity, you guys can see it kind of becomes faded. Okay, so here you guys can see the whole thing's opacity has changed to 50%, and this is how you guys can work with that. And also out of opacity, if you do want to create a clipping mask, or if you want to create an inverted mask, you guys can also do that from here. And also there are different modes which you guys can use, and you guys will be familiar with all of these options if you do have worked in Photoshop before. So you guys will know what are all of these options. Okay, so these are different kind of filters over here. Let's close this down. And also under effects here, you guys can see there are a lot of effects. And also here you do have the appearance box from where you guys can see that how many fill which you guys can use. And also if you do want to add more than one stroke. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can actually work on with the stroke as well. Okay, let's come here. If you just click on to this particular icon here, you guys can just drag and drop this thing out. And if you do want to add up a new stroke, you guys can come here and you guys can add up a new stroke. Okay, so let's come to this particular option, and under stroke I do have these two strokes. So let's come here and let's select a green color. Okay, and also what I'm going to do is I'm going to come right over here and I will just increase it. Okay, so let's come here, let's increase this one. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this stroke over here. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how this actually works. And also if you do want to increase this one as well, the green color, you guys can see, you guys will be able to increase the green color as well. So the main thing is you can have multiple of this thing right over here. Let's come here and let's just select this one and you guys can just cancel this thing as well. Let's come here. Let's just cancel this particular stroke. From here, let's come to this part. Let's move it up. Okay, and over here as well, if you do want to delete anything, you guys can come here and you guys can delete as well. Let's say I want to delete this stroke. So I will come here and over here, I will just delete this particular stroke. And also if you do want to add up a new effect, here you guys can see I do have the effects panel over here again. And also if you do want to add up a new fill over here into the same object, from the appearance box only, you guys will be able to do that. Okay, so there are different ways. If you don't have your appearance box over here, what you can do is you guys can come here, go to Windows, and from here you guys can select this appearance box. Otherwise you guys can click on Shift plus F6 from your keyboard. Okay, so once you're done, you guys can click on Shift plus F6 from your keyboard. Now let's come down back over here. That is the option of how you will be able to add multiple strokes, how you will be able to add multiple fill, how you will work on with the opacity. Here you guys can see the opacity now is in default. And let's say you want to see individually each and every layer. So here is eye icon over here. You guys can just turn it off. And here you guys won't be able to see those things over here. So now I will just turn it back on again. And here on top, I am able to see my stroke and the fill color. Okay, and here is another option. If you do want to clear the appearance, let's say I want to come over here and I want to clear the appearance, and now you guys will be able to see that I don't have any stroke. Okay, so over here you guys can see there is no stroke and no fill. And again, using Ctrl Z, you guys can go back and be there at the same place. So now let's place it right over here. Let's select this thing. And if you do want to increase the size, you guys can come here and you guys can just increase the size of the stroke. And later you guys can just place it over here accordingly. Let's place it right over here in the center. You guys can come here and you guys will be able to centralize this one quite easily. So now let's click on all of this. And if you do want to increase the size using Shift, you guys can come here and you guys can increase the size. So let's click on Ctrl minus to zoom out. Let's place it right over here and let's move it over here onto the right hand side as well. And yeah, I hope this class was clear of how you will be able to use the stroke and the fill. And also we have learned about opacity. So the last thing what you'll do is you will just save this file in my resource file that you guys can check out all of my resource file and you guys can practice accordingly. I will just upload it. So I will just click on Save As. Let's go to Desktop. And from here, let's go to my resource file. And now I will just change this up. Let's have large icons. Let's click on Save. And this type of window will appear, which I will just click on OK. And here this file now is being basically saved. And yeah, I hope you guys have understood this particular class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about Illustrator itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8 where I'll be showing you guys about rotate, scale, reflect and the shear tool. Okay, so these tools are also present in our toolbar in Illustrator. So let's see what all we'll be able to do using that tools over here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to create up a new file. Let's click on new file over here and let's name this one as rotate. So I will just give this one up this particular name. Let's click on create, which will create me this particular artboard right over here. Okay, so the first thing what you guys can do is you guys can come here and let's say from here you want to make some shapes. So let's come here, let's click on shift and now I will be able to create up a circle. Let's come here and what you guys can also do is you guys can resize this circle. Let's click on shift and let's decrease the size. So now let's select this particular path, keep this thing over here in the center. And now let's say what I want to do is you want to actually give this thing up a rotation. Okay, so if you want to take out these handles, let's come here, let's click onto this anchors. And now from here, I will try to take out this particular size quite like this over here. And now let's come to this handle. And what you guys can do is you guys can come here, select this one. Let's take this one again and let's come here to this handle and let's increase the handle from here. Okay, so now I do have created one shape. And now using this rotate tool, what you guys can do is you guys can rotate objects around a fixed point. So if I take my tool, let's say I want to create up a point right over here and I want to give rotation from this particular point, which will be the anchor point. So now I have selected this point and what you guys can do is now if you do want to give this thing up a rotation, you guys will be able to give this thing up a rotation from that angle as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to give this particular thing up a rotation, which will actually help you to make sides. Let's come here, let's place it, and also from this particular end, if you want me to give this one up a rotation, let's come here and here you guys can see this is how you guys can create some different shapes. If I do want to give a rotation from this end, let's come here and let's select the type what I want over here. So this is one way of how you will be able to give out some rotation. And now let's come here and let's take out this rectangle tool. So now let's come here, let's select this rectangle. And from here now let's select a fill color as well. Okay, so I will just come and take out this particular yellow. Otherwise, let's go with something lighter. So I will come here and let's go with yellow. And what I can do now is let's come here and from here you guys can see I do have the option of scale tool as well. Okay, so if you want to come here and if you take the scale tool and if you do want to scale it up, you guys can come here and using this tool you guys will be able to scale it up horizontally and also you guys will be able to scale it up vertically as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I am just scaling this thing up. Okay, so this is not any other new object, but this is the same object. And with the use of the scaling tool, you guys will be able to scale anything down. So now over here, if I do want to scale this thing up, okay, so I will come here, take my selection tool and select this path. And what I can do is if I do want to use up any fill color, I will come here and I will just fill up this particular color. And what I can do is I can just use this for scaling. Okay, so let's come here. Let's take out this particular point and from here you guys can actually scale up or scale down this particular object. Okay, so you guys can just create up a point, and if you just click on shift, it will increase the size proportionally. And if you click on alt and shift, here you guys can see it is generating from the center. So I'll just only hold on shift, and here you guys can see I do have a shoe like structure over here which I can basically create using this pen tool. So for that, let's come here and let's just give this one a stroke of 0.25. So I will come here, and over here now I will be able to keep on giving them some points over here. Let's come here, let's take out this part, and again what you guys can do is let's put this one, let's come here, and over here I will just draw this out again. Let's come here, follow this path, and let's click over here and let's give this one up a rounded angle, and come here, and what you guys can do is you guys can just close this thing up, and now let's click on escape over here. And if you do want to give this one up any color, you guys can come here and let's take my selection tool, and what you guys can do is you guys can take this, and from here let's give this one up a white color. Okay, so I want to give this up a white color, and let's increase the stroke. Okay, so I will just come here and basically I will just increase the stroke. Let's select stroke option and let's give it some rounded edges. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have this particular structure, and the same way what you guys can do is using the pen tool again or the curvature tool, I will come here, I will select this part, and over here I will just select another part. Let's come here, let's take out this path. Otherwise, let's select this angle, and from here I will just select this particular path again. And over here, if you do want to give this one up a rotation, you guys can come here. Otherwise, double click over here. Okay, I will just double click, and now I do have some straight lines. So I will come here and I can also choose up from here. Let's say if I do want to give it a rotation, I will come here and let's give this some anchor over here, and let's come here, and lastly what you guys can do is you guys can just join this path. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Let's take my selection tool, let's select this part, and let's increase the stroke from here. And what I can do is I can just give this one up a white color as well. So now let's come here, let's give this one up a white color, and here you guys can see how this particular thing basically looks. Again, you guys can come here and let's go back. Okay, let's come here, let's go back using the curvature tool, but this one looks okay. And if you do want to give this one up a rotation, let's come here and I will just give this one up a rotation quite like this. Otherwise, let's come here, let's give this particular location or this particular rotation from here, and I can just place it right over here. So I can do this part is let's come here, let's select all of this, and now let's take my shape builder tool. So I will come here, and from here what I can do is I will just select out this particular part which I do want to delete. Okay, I can come here and if I just click on alt, I can just delete this particular part. Let's go back, and over here I can just cancel this part. Let's come here, let's just delete these parts over here as well. Okay, so I will come here, I will just delete those parts from here underneath. Okay, so you guys can basically work and make out some logos using this. Okay, so let's come here and let's go back, let's come back over here again, and what I can do is now I will just keep this one quite over here. Let's just decrease the size using shift. So I'll come here and I will just decrease the size. Let's go back, let's select both of this. Okay, so I will just go back, I will select both of this, and I will just group this. Okay, and now if I just decrease the size, you guys can see the size of the stroke is also being changed. Okay, so this is the usage of the scaling tool. And now let's come here and let's go to the reflect tool over here. So now let's create up a rectangle, and what you guys can do is you guys come here, And from here, let's go into the reflect tool. Okay, so if you want to come over here, and if you do have two objects, let's say I will come here and I do have this particular object, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to choose same gradient color. Let's come here, select this gradient, and what I'm going to do is I am going to select the gradient over here. Let's put out the gradient color over here. Now let's go to my fill option, otherwise let's cancel. Let's come here into my gradient option, and I will just double click into this gradient slider. Let's come here and let's give this up a white color. And now again, what I'll do is I will just come here into this particular slider, and from here now I am going to give it a different color. Okay, so once I am done with that, let's take my selection tool over here from my toolbar. Let's take this one, and what I can do is I will take my eyedropper tool, and I want to give this up the same color. Okay, so once you are done with this, you guys can come here, and let's say I will just select this one, or let's select both of this, and I will just use the reflect option. Let's come here, let's select this, and now I will just select up the reflect option, and here you guys can just give both of this thing up a rotation, which can actually give you a reflect. Okay, so let's come here and let's just select this, and what I'll do is I will just click on reflect, and from here now, if you do want me to give this one up a rotation, here you guys can see I will be able to give this one up a proper rotation. So let's come here, I will just put it exactly the same way. Let's select both of this, and what you guys can do is you guys can just give out no stroke. So I will just put out no stroke over here, and this is how it actually looks. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically work on with this tool. Let's put it right over here. If you do want me to increase the size, I will come here and I will just increase the size accordingly. So if you do want to move it here on top, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically move it here on top or at the same size over here. Okay, so that is basically the usage. Let's come here, let's put this color option here on the sides. If I do need it over here in our other classes, I can basically use it from here itself. I don't have to go to Windows, and again, I don't have to click on these options to get those. So now let's come here and let's look at the last option, which is the share tool. So for that, again, I will just come here and I will just create up a rectangle. Let's come here, and over here you guys can see I do have created multiple. So I will come here and I will just increase the size. Let's click on shift. Let's increase the size. And instead of gradient color, let's give this one up a solid color. So I will just click on OK. And once you're done, if you want to give this one up a share, you guys can come here and you guys can give this one using the share tool. So let's come here and I will just click on share. And this is how you guys can see you guys can create this particular options. So if you come here, let's give this one up a share quite over here, and this is how you guys will be able to create some nice rectangles. And the same way, let's go on to gradient, and now I will just place the gradient like over here, and I will just go here on to my gradient option. Okay, so let's come here, let's go to the gradient option, and now I will just double click over here and let's change up the color. So now let's come over here and also let's double click, and I will just select the color which I want. So let's come here and let's give this one up a faded color. I will just take it my selection tool, and also I'll be able to select the gradient. Okay, how much do I want to put? So this is the shape which I have over here as well, and I have used the rotation tool, the scale tool, and the reflect tool, and lastly I have showed you guys the usage of the share tool. Okay, so how you will be able to give this thing up a rotation, any particular object, how I'll be able to create some logo using the pen tool and also using the scale tool. We have learned about the reflect tool as well, and also lastly how you will be able to create some share effect using the share tool. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning more about Illustrator itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where I'll be showing you guys about the shape builder tool using which we will create some different designs in Illustrator. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so now let's click here on new file, and now let's name this thing as the shape builder. Okay, so I will just come here. Let's name this one as the shape builder tool. Okay, I will name this one as the shape builder tool, and I will just keep the orientation quite like this. Let's click on create, which will create me my artboard in which I'm going to work on. So the first thing what you need to do is you need to select the shapes using which you're going to work on, or which you're actually going to join, or if you do want to delete also, how you will be able to delete that. So the first thing what you need to do is you need to come here and let's click on and create some shapes. Okay, so let's create up a rectangle over here. So I will try to create a rectangle. Let's cancel this. Let's come here and let's increase the size using shift. Okay, and now I will just come here down, and from here I will just decrease the stroke as well. Okay, so I won't put up any stroke, but let me come here and let me just put up only 0.25 stroke. Okay, so I will just select this thing. Let's come here. Let's select this particular path as well. Let's click on Alt, and now let's duplicate. Okay, so I will come here and maybe I will duplicate this one quite like this. Okay, and after that, again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click over here, click on Alt, and again what I'm going to do is I am going to duplicate over here as well. Okay, so I will come here and I will duplicate this layer again. Okay, so let's come here, let's place this one up, and again I will just click on this tool, and again I will just take out an ellipse. Let's come here and let's click on shift and let's create an ellipse over here. So now let's come here, let's put 2 inches each. So I'll just come here, put on 2 inches, and let's click on OK. And here you guys can see now I am able to create up a circle over here as well. Let's take my selection tool, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and from here I am basically going to cut this particular part up. Okay, so I will come here, let's click on Alt. Okay, I will click on Alt and let me just put it right over here as well. And once I'm done with this particular part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of this. Okay, let's double click and let's just click on Control A. Okay, so I will just click on Control A. Let's move it up over here. Okay, and once I have moved this thing, let's come here, and what you guys can do is let's select all of this again. And from here, you guys can see I do have my shape builder tool. Okay, and the shortcut key for the shape builder tool is Shift plus M from our keyboard. So for that, what I'll do is I'll come here, take my shape builder tool, and if I do want to add any part, I will come here and let's say I do want to add out this particular part over here, and let's say I do want to delete this layer over here. Okay, I can come here, and if I just click on Alt right now, if you look closely in my mouse, you guys can see I do have a plus sign. Okay, and if I want to turn this thing into a minus sign, I will just click on Alt, and here you guys can see this one is having a minus sign. Okay, so basically from here individually you guys will be able to delete different parts from here. Okay, let's come here, let's click on deleting this part. Then also what I'm going to do is I am going to come out over here, and I'm going to delete this one as well, and Control Z to go back. And if you do want to join all these parts, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to join this part with this one over here. You guys can see I do have created a shape over here. Okay, and what you can do more is if you come here, let's take my line tool, and let's say I do want to create up a line. Okay, so I will just come here onto the anchor point. Let's click on Shift, and I will just make up a line quite like this. Now let's come here. Let's click on Control A. Otherwise, I will just go to select and I will just click on all. Okay. And once I've selected it, I will go to my shape builder tool, and over here, you guys can see if I do want to delete up any particular part, I can come here and basically I will be able to delete those particular part. So Control plus to zoom in over here, and you guys can see if I do want to add this one, let's come over here, let's just make it only one thing. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do want to give out some different colors, you guys can come here and you guys can add up different colors. And now let's come here and let's go back, and from here let's try to give this one a gradient color. Okay, so let's come here, and for that I will just select my gradient tool, and now let's just click from one end to the other. So I'll just come here, click on one end to the other. Let's open up this one, and what I can do is I will just go here into my gradient slider. Let's double click, and from here I will be able to choose the color what I want. But let's come to my drive over here. Let's open up my drive, and what I can do is I can just go and search for color hunt. Okay, so I will come here and I will just take out color hunt, and what I can do is I will just click on color palettes for designers and artists. I will come here, and basically here you guys can see I do have different color codes. Okay, so let's say I want to take out this color. Okay, I will copy this one. Let's go to my Illustrator, and once I do have double clicked, I will just double click over here, click on Control V. Okay, and now if you just click on enter, here you guys can see how it actually looks. And lastly, you guys can come here again. If you do want to add up any slider, let's come here, let's add up another slider, and now let's give this one up a different color. Okay, so let's come here, let's take out this color. I have copied this one. Let's go to Illustrator and just double click, and now again you guys can just come down. Okay, let's come here and let's just come down, double click, Control V, and if you just click on enter, here you guys can see I do have a different color. So now again let's double click, let's come right over here, let's copy this one, let's go to Illustrator, let's double click over here, Control and V, and let's click on enter. So here you guys can see I do have the gradient ready, and I can basically use it for any kind of logo as well. So if I come here and if I now put on some text, let's come here, let's put on some text. Let's name this company as X dot. I will just click on enter, and I will just click on co. Okay, and what I can do is now I'll come here and I can just increase the size of the text using shift. And if I do want to select all of this, I just need to double click right over here, and I can drag and drop as well. And from here, let's go to my properties panel. And from here now I can choose what kind of text do I want to use. Okay, so I will use this Satika one, and also I can use what type of text do I want. Let's say I want to use it for a heading. Okay, and now if I do want to change the color, I will come here, I will just go to the fill, and from here I can choose from different colors. Otherwise, let's come here and let's put a contrasting color to that. Okay, so let's give it something in dark. Let's come here, take out this particular color from here, and if you want to download the whole image from Color Hunt, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, but for now I just want to take only one color. So let's double click, and I have copied, and let's go to Illustrator back, and now I will just go to my fill color. Let's come here, click on Control V, and I will just click on OK, and I will just come here, let's increase the size. Let's click on shift, let's increase the size, and I can just place it right over here. You guys can see my logo is basically ready for my company. If I do want to increase the size, I can come here and I can just increase the size over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see, you guys can use that one. Now again, let's click on shift, and I'll just decrease the size. And over here now again, let's place it over here down. And if you don't want to group it, you guys can come here and you guys can click on Control or Command G from your keyboard. So once you're done and happy with this logo, what you guys can do is you guys can save this file. Let's go to File from here. And now let's click on Save As. Otherwise, you guys can click Shift plus Control plus S from your keyboard. Let's click on Save As. And now let's go to Desktop. Let's go to my resource file and I will name this one as Shape Builder Tool itself. And let's click on Save. And my AI file basically has been saved. Okay. So in other classes, I'll show you different ways of how you will be able to export things out once we move deep into our classes. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. I hope you guys have understood the usage of the Shape Builder tool, how you will be able to join and how you will be able to subtract the pages, okay? How you will be able to delete, how you will be able to add on, okay? How you will be able to merge both of these objects. So we have learned about that. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10 where I'll be showing you guys about the gradient and the width tool. Okay, so using the gradient over here, we will be able to make out some gradient colors. I'll be explaining you guys in detail about the gradient tool and also about the width tool. Okay, how you will be able to turn up one particular line into a width white size. Okay, we'll be learning about that as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to create up a new file. Let's come here and let's name this one as gradient and width tool. Okay, so I will come here and I will just name this one. And what I can do now is let's click on create. Let's change the orientation. Let's click on create over here. Okay, so let's click over here and now I do have my artboard right over here. So if you look around here in our toolbar, you guys can see this is basically the gradient tool. Okay, so if I left click here, you guys can see I do have the gradient tool right over here. And also if I just come right over here into this particular option, this is basically known as the width tool. Okay, so using that I will be able to create some nice textures. So for that, the first thing what I need to do is I need to come over here, and if I do want to create up any path, I can come here and maybe I can create up some path. Okay, so let's come here and from here now let's make up a line. Okay, and once I'm done, I'll click on escape. And now let's take my selection tool and now let's come here, and if you do want to increase the stroke size, you guys will be able to do that. Otherwise, let's double click. Okay, let's double click right over here, Control plus to zoom in. And now let's come here, let's select this thing and let's take my width tool. Okay, so over here you guys can see I can basically come here and I can just add up a point, and this is how I will be able to create the width and this type of designs. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that with any kind of stroke. Let's say if I come here and if I just take my paintbrush, and over here I do have created a line. Let's come here and over here if I just select this one and let's go to the width tool, I will be able to come right over here and I will be able to select out these anchors and we'll be able to change that as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's go back and let's try it with the curvature tool. Let's click on delete. Let's come here and let's select this curvature tool and now let's create some curves. Okay, so over here you guys can see you guys will be able to create some curves over here. Okay, and now let's come here and let's create this curve. And once I'm done, I will just click on escape. Let's click on my selection tool, and what you guys can do is select this path. And once you've selected, let's take my width tool. Okay, and the shortcut key for the width tool is W from our keyboard. So I will just click on W, and right over here you guys can see towards the path I do have that particular point. Let's come here and let's add up, and what I can do is I can come here and let's say I do want to put this in between. Okay, so I can come here, I can just decrease the size a little bit, and this is the type of designs which I will be able to create right over here. You guys can see the level of smoothness on all to these lines. Okay, so now again, if I come over here, if I do want to put up some gradients, so I will come here, then I will just select this icon, and here you guys can see I do have the gradient option. So I do have the gradient option right over here on my properties panel. And if you don't have it over here, what you guys can do is you guys can come here onto your menu bar on top, and from there you guys can go to this Windows option. Okay, so from the Windows option, make sure you tick mark this gradient and it will basically pop up on your screen. Okay, then you can just drag it and you can just move it up. Let's say if I do had my gradient right over here. Okay, so I can just click on to my gradient. Let's bring it down somewhere over here. If I do want to put in between anything, I can come here and I can just put in between. Okay, I can do that as well. Let's come here, let's place it over here in between, and I can just select my gradient. Now I will just select this particular part. Let's click on to gradient over here, and now let's click on to the gradient, and here you guys can see as I am working here with the fill. Okay, but here the same way, if I come and let's say I want to work on with the stroke. Okay, so I will come here, I will just select out this particular color. Let's just cancel the fill. So I will just double click, or let's cancel it from here. Let's give out no fill. Okay, so I will come here, I won't give any fill. Let's come here onto the stroke, and from here I can actually give this one up a color. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do want to give this one up a color, you guys can come here and use this kind of color as well. Otherwise, if you do want to go on to the gradient, let's come here and you guys can make this stroke gradient as well. Okay, so if you do want to come here and change up the color, let's try to first understand. Over here, this is basically the fill color. If I want to work on with the gradient of my fill, I can also do it from here. So you guys will be able to work with the stroke as well as the fill. Okay, so let's come here, and over here under type, I do have basically three types of gradient. Okay, so the first one is the linear gradient. Here you guys can see the flow over here is linear, and if you want to choose the radial one, here you guys can see it is actually generating from the center. So you guys will better understand this one if I come here and let's say I do create up a rectangle. Let's come here, let's just zoom out a little bit, and from here let's take my rectangle tool, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create up one rectangle. Okay, so once I have created this rectangle, let's take my selection tool, let's select this path, and from here now let's go to gradient, and now I will come here and basically I will work with my fill. Okay, so I will come here and let's say I want to give this one up a linear fill. Okay, and here you guys can see the color is actually getting darker or deeper towards the right side. Okay, because here as you guys can see, this is known as the slider. Okay, this is the gradient slider. Over here you guys will be able to add more colors into your gradient. You guys will be able to change the opacity, the location of that particular color, and also here you guys can see I have already showed you guys the type, and here you guys can see the white color is basically generating from the center and it is going radial. Okay, and here also you do have this particular option which is freeform gradient. Okay, they don't have any particular thing, that is just kind of a mix of this linear and the radial one. Okay, so you can come here and you guys can basically draw points, or if you do want to draw lines, you guys can come here and you guys can draw lines. And if you do want to add more, here you guys can see you guys can actually do that using the radial option. Okay, So if you do want to stop, you guys can come here, and if you do want to delete stop, you guys can come here and delete that as well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's go on to the radial gradient again. And from here, now let's come here to the linear gradient first. So if you do want to give your color any kind of angle, okay, you guys will be able to come here and you guys will be able to change up the angle from here. Let's say I will come here and I will just give minus 30. And if I come here and let's say I will give 60 over here. So you guys will be able to change up this angle as well. Okay. And once you're done, let's come right over here. And from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to add more colors, or let's say I do want to add the color over here. So for that, I need to click on to this gradient slider. Okay, so let's go back, and now I will just select my selection tool. Let's double click and let's come here on to the gradient slider. Okay, so let's come here. And over here, as you guys can see, I can basically add one as well. And if I do want to delete it, I can come here and I can just click on delete and it will get deleted. So here you guys can see I do have my color over here, whatever I do want to choose. Let's come here. Let's select this particular color. And now let's increase this one a bit. And let's take this one towards somewhere here. Okay. And now I will just click on enter. And what I can do is I will come here and I will just apply the same color over here. So I will just click once. Let's come here, and over here again I will just go to the stop, and from here I will be able to take out some colors. Okay, let's give it somewhat dark. Okay, so now if you do want to add more colors over into your slider, what you guys can do is you guys can come here and just hover your mouse, and once you see this plus icon, what you guys can do is you guys can click over there. So the same way you guys will be able to add up multiple points, and you guys can also delete it once you have selected that slider. Come here and click on delete stop. Okay, so you guys can come here and just click on this stop and delete it. Let's come here and let's give this one up some different colors. Okay, let's come here, let's give this color, and again let's come here and let's just change up the color a little bit as well. Okay, so I will come here and let's say I want to take out this particular color, and I will just click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have a gradient of 4 colors. Okay, and also you guys will be able to change the position or the location of all these things. Let's come here. If you do want to change up the location, you guys can come here and you guys can change up the location from here on top as well. Okay, so come here, and once you are happy with this, okay, you guys can come here. Let's move this one up over here, and individually if you do want to change the opacity, you guys can come here and you guys can change the opacity as well. Let's take it to 70%, and over here you guys can actually see the gradient how it looks. So the same way, if I come here into this gradient, I will be able to change the opacity from here as well. Okay, let's give it a 70%, or let's come here and let's move this one to a 90%. Okay, so this is how it actually turns out. And also over here you guys can see I do have all of my swatches, and also I do have this color picker, okay, using which I will be able to color pick. And now let's come here, let's take my selection tool, let's select this one again, and what I'm going to do is I am going to work on with the stroke. So before that, I want to increase my stroke over here. Let's come here, let's just increase my stroke, let's say to 30. Let's come here, I will just put it on 30, and now what I'll do is I will just select this. Let's select this particular place right over here. Now I am going to work on with the stroke. Let's click on cancel. So I will just come here on stroke, and now I will just apply gradient along stroke. Okay, so I will come here, and what I want to do is I want to apply gradient along stroke. Let's go with linear, and from here apply gradient around stroke, and now I will be able to change up the color. So if you want me to come over here, let's just click on to the slider. Okay, so I will just come here, let's just click on to the slider, and if you do want to work more over here, you guys can come here and do that as well. So now let's just double click on to any of this slider. And once I'm right over here, let's go back. I'm having some problem here with my mouse, but I hope you guys have basically understood the usage. Okay, over here also you will get the same options which I have basically showed you guys on fill. So now again, I'll come here. I will just click on to this one and I will be able to change up the color from here. Let's go with something dark. And now I will just click on enter. And here you guys can see how it actually looks. Again, just click once. And over here, you guys can just choose up the color as well. And lastly, you guys can come here onto this one. And let's just duplicate. Let's keep another one right over here. So if I just come here, let's click outside. Let's drag this down. Let's take my gradient again. And now let's come here. Let's place it. And using the eyedropper tool, also you guys can take out different colors. Here you guys can see using the eyedropper tool, you guys can basically work right over here as well. Okay, so now again, let's come here, and if you do want to put out different gradients, you guys can come here and put on different gradients and also some RGB color. If you do want to change the color mode, you guys can come here, and if you guys want to take the CMYK color mode, you guys can come here and you guys can take out the CMYK color mode as well. Okay, so now once you're done, let's click on enter, and this is how it looks. Okay, so you guys can just move this thing around over here, and let's move this one. Let's come here and let's delete this one. Okay, let's select this slider as well, and I want to just delete this one. Let's come here and I will just select this and I want to delete it as well. Okay, otherwise let's come or place it right over here. Let's take out this blue. Let's place it over here. And now let's select our radial gradient over here. Now let's come here. Let's take my selection tool. And now over here, I can basically apply that same stroke. If I just click on edit gradient, here you guys can see I do have that edited gradient. Okay, so here also you do have this particular stroke options from where you guys can basically work. Okay, so you guys can come here. Let's take my stroke. Let's come here, let's take my stroke, and you guys can basically move this thing around. Let's come here, let's delete this slider. Let's come here and let's take out this color. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, take my selection tool. Let's select this, and you guys can just select any of the gradient from here. If you do want to edit this line, you guys can also do that, which I have already showed you. So you just need to tap once and you guys can select your color. Okay, so let's come here, just tap once. Okay, sometimes you might have some problem selecting this. So come here, you just need to hold and you just need to click over here once. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to edit your gradient from Illustrator, and also how you will be able to work on with the width tool. Okay, so if you come here, if you do want to select up any path, you guys can also select the width of this rectangle as well. Here you guys can see, you guys will be able to change the width and each and everything over here in detail. So now let's come here, let's just select all of this thing, and what I can do is I can come here and I want to just place it underneath. So I will come here and I want to just place this one. Let's click on shift. Okay, so I will come here, I will just click on shift and I will just increase the size till here. Let's come here, let's place it, and now let's decrease the size a little bit as well. Let's click on shift. I will come here, place it somewhere over here in the center. Okay, so let's come here, let's place it over here in the center. Now let's go back, let's select this part, and from here I will just save it up. Okay, so I hope you guys have got a basic idea about how you will be able to use the gradient and also how you will be able to use the width tool. Okay, so now if you want me to duplicate this one, I can actually duplicate this one from here as well. So for that, I will just come here. I will just place this one. Okay, so let's come here. Let's place it over here. Okay, and I want to just bring it down a little bit. Let's come here and let's bring it down it with my arrow key. Okay, so I will come here. Maybe I will just place it quite like this. And now I will just select the underneath layer. Okay, and once I'm done with that, I will come here and instead of gradient color, I want to choose up a solid color. Okay, so I will come here. I will just take out a solid color. Let's say I want to go with something of this particular color. And the same way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to stroke color. Okay, and from here now again I want to give this one up a different color. Let's click on OK, and this is how it basically looks. Okay, so here you guys will be able to create some stunning designs over here using the Illustrator. And now let's select this one. Let's move it up, and you guys can just place this thing up according to yourself. If you do want to zoom in over here, you guys can just zoom in and you guys can just check out the edges as well. Okay, so let's come here. If you do want to move it up, you guys can come here and basically you guys can move it up over here as well. Okay, so now let's click outside, and here now this one looks quite perfect. So you guys can just zoom in and you guys can just do your perfection over here using the gradient and create some shapes quite like this. Okay, so let's come here. Let's go to the file option, and from file, let's go to save as. And from here, I will save this one as the gradient and the width tool itself. Now let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file. And from here, I will just click on save. Okay. So this type of window will basically pop up, and I will just click on OK from here. And now this file has been basically saved. Okay. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning more about Illustrator and all of its usage. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, where I'll be telling you guys about the blend, art mode, and the zoom tool in detail. So we'll be learning how you will be able to use blend tool to create or blend different objects all together, how you will be able to use the art mode, and also how you will be able to make or how you'll be able to zoom in, zoom out using the zoom tool. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so the first thing what you're going to do is you are again going to create up a new file, and over here I will only change up the name. Okay, so let me just name it only blend. Okay, and now I will just click on to create. Okay, so it will create me a page quite like this. Okay, and now let's say you do want to blend some of the objects all together. Okay, so let's take a look here over in our toolbar. So if you take a look over here, just underneath the eyedropper tool, I do have the blend tool, and the shortcut key for the blend tool is W from our keyboard. Okay, so here you guys can see morph shapes and colors between two or more objects. Okay, so what I can do is I can just come right over here. Let's go to my shape tool, and from the shape tool, what I can do is I can take some shapes. Okay, let's click on polygon. Let's click on shift, and now I will just create one small polygon right over here. And the same way, what I'm going to do is I am going to take my selection tool. So now once I have selected the selection tool, let's click on Alt and let's duplicate this one. Okay, so I will come here and duplicate. Let's click on Shift, and now let's increase the size over here. Okay, so let's place it over here in one side. Let's come here and let's decrease the stroke. And the same way, what I'll do is I'll come here, select this one, and I will just decrease the stroke itself. Okay, so I will come here. Let's keep this over here, and now let's try to put on some colors. So let's come here. Let's put out this color over here in the first fill, and now let's go back. Okay, let's come here and let's take this one and let's give this a fill Okay, let's go to the fill option, and from here I want to give something in light. Okay, so once I have done this one, I can also come here and I can also take out some stars. Let's come here, let's right click and let's go to the star tool, and let's click on shift, and I will just create up a star over here as well. Okay, and now let's come here and let's change the fill color of this one as well. So I will come here, I will just change up the fill color, and before blending, what I'll do is I will just position it properly. Okay, how I do want it to work. So I will come here, and from here let's place it, and now I will just come here and I will just place it right over here as well. Okay, so once I have placed these things, I will come here and let's say I will select all these three, and now let's take my blend tool, and what I can do is now I can blend these things. So I will just hold and drag. Okay, so let's come here, let's just hold and drag over here. Okay, and again what you guys can do is you guys can just hold and drag. So let's come here, let's take out this blend tool, and from here now let's just hold this and drag this one. Okay, I can come here and I can just generate. So over here, the first thing is I need to come here and I need to just select a point. Okay, let's say I want to blend it from here in the center. And now what I can do is I can come here and I can just basically blend this particular icon. And again, the same way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a path over here. And now over here, I am going to join this thing. Okay, let's say if I just click on Control Z, let's come here, let's select this one. And over here, I want to join over here into this particular path. So this is how you guys will be able to do that. So let's come here and let's just delete this one. Let's click here on delete, and instead of that, let's come here and let's create an ellipse. So I will just click on shift and I will just create one ellipse over here. Let's come here and let's place it somewhere right here. Okay, so I will just place it somewhere over here, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to come here and I am going to take out my blend tool. Let's cancel this one, and if you do want more options, here you guys can see smooth color. If you do want as specified steps or specified distance, you guys can come here and check out the specified distance. What distance do you want to put between the blend? And also if you come here, if you go to specified steps, you guys can come here and you guys can just check out the step as well. If you do want to align it to path, you guys can also do that. And let's come here, and if you do want to take out a part, and you guys can come here and you guys will be able to blend this thing and create some stunning designs quite like this. So individually later on, if you come here, take your selection tool and you guys will be able to select it all together. And if you come here and let's say you want to change up the colors individually, you guys will be able to change up the color as well. Okay, so let's come here, and here you guys can see I do have this one in the blend mode. So if you come here, if you go into the layers, you guys can basically view under layers what all you have under this blend mode, and individually if you do want to select any layer, you guys can come here and work on with that as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's select this. If you just click over here, you guys can see under this blend, you guys won't be able to change anything. So you guys can come here and you guys can choose up your blend. Let's say if I just double click here, you guys can see I do have this in smooth color. Let's come here, let's give it on specified steps. Otherwise, again, let's come here and let's double click, and also you guys will be able to get it in smooth color and also in specified distance. If you want to check out the preview over here, you guys can come here and you guys can just check out the preview. Let's say I will just put out 2, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see how it actually looks. So this one looks quite separated, and the same way, let's double click over here and now let's decrease this to 1, and here you guys can see how this one looks with specified distance. So again, let's come here. If I only do want the colors, I have already showed you. Double click over here and let's go to smooth color. And this is how you guys will be able to smooth the color up. And also you guys will be able to see the preview itself. Okay, so make sure that your preview panel is on. If you turn this off, you guys won't be able to see any kind of difference, which will show you guys the first frame which you all started. So I will come here, click on preview, and I will just click on OK. And here I do have my shape. Okay. So now I will just cancel this thing up. If you do want to move it, you guys can come here and move this one up. If you do want to decrease the size using shift, you guys can come here and you guys can move it using shift. So let's come here, select this one, and I hope you guys have got a basic idea about what the blend tool is. Okay, so let's come here, let's move it up, and I will just intersect this one here in one side. Let's click on shift, and now let's just place it right over here. Okay, I will just place it right over here in one particular side. And if I do want to see the preview, I can come here underneath and I can just change the mode to preview mode. Okay, I can come here and I can also do that over here. Okay, let's come here, and from here now let's say I want to have it in a presentation mode, and this is how it will look in a presentation mode, and you guys can escape and go back. And if you guys don't know about the usage of all this tool over here, you guys can see if you do want to apply some gradient over here, you guys can come here, take out the gradient tool, and now if you just click once, you guys will be able to get out or get a gradient over here. Okay, so if you want to put up a gradient, this is how it's going to look. So again, I will just go back using Ctrl Z, and next thing over here, it is for basically if you want none of the colors over here, you guys can select that. And if you want a solid color, whether it be in your fill or whether it be in your stroke, you guys can also do that. Okay, so now let's deselect everything, and now let's say you do have a lot of things over here on your screen which you guys want to work on. Okay, so in that case, you do need multiple artboards. So there is a way of how you will be able to create multiple artboards is using the artboard tool. So I have already told you about what artboard are. Okay, so artboards are basically the pages of Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so you guys can come here, and likewise here you guys can see I will be able to create multiple artboard. So for that, I need to come here in my toolbar and I need to select artboard tool, or you guys can see the shortcut key is shift plus O from our keyboard. So you guys can come here and you guys can select any particular size. Let's say you want to create it proportionally. You guys can see I am able to create a page proportionally over here if I just click on shift. And if I do want to create it from the center, I can come here and I can just create a artboard over here from the center. Okay, so once I'm done here, you guys can see I do have my artboard number 2, and I can come here into this artboard number 2, and let's come here back, and from here now if I go to the layers, let's come here, let's turn off this layers table. Again, let's go to Windows, let's turn on this layer option over here, and you guys can see under this particular artboard I only do have this thing. Let's come here, let's come and let's select this particular artboard, and if I do want to put up more objects, let's say I will come here, and over here I want to put up a rectangle. So I will come here and let's say I will put up this particular rectangle. Let's take my selection tool, let's go to this layer 1, and over here you guys can see this is still basically in layer number 1. Okay, so over here if you just put this particular artboard on top of this one, you guys won't be able to see. Okay, so we'll be learning about layers in our next class, where I'll be explaining you guys about layers in detail, but this is basically the usage of the artboard tool. And now if you come here, let's select your artboard tool, and if you just go into the properties option over here, also you guys can see if you do want to change the x-axis, the y-axis of your artboard, or where do you want to put up the reference point. Here you guys can see the width and the height over here. If you want to come here and if you want to maintain the width and the height, you guys can come here and link it up as well. Okay, and again if you want to add or new artboard, you guys can come here and the same size artboard will be created. And the same way you guys can come here and you guys can delete artboards as well. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to delete all the artboards accordingly. Let's come here, let's place it, and over here let's create some artboards as well. Okay, so I will just come here, select this artboard tool, and over here I will be able to select the presets of what size artboard do I want. Okay, so I can come here and I can just select this existing one already. Otherwise, I can come here and I can basically add up new artboard. So let's come here. I will just add up new artboards. Here you guys can see. And from here, let's say I want to take my selection tool. Let's select this artboard. And over here, I will be able to delete the artboard as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and here you guys can see, go to edit artboards. And from here, you guys can just click on delete and it will get deleted. Let's come here, let's go back, and again I will just come here, take my selection tool, select both of this and place it over here into this particular artboard. So you can basically have multiple artboards over here using the artboard tool. You guys can come here, and if you want to move artwork with artboard as well, you guys can also do that. And also you will be able to change text to vector graphic, which we will learn later. And this was basically about artboard. Here you guys can check its orientation and also the size which you want to choose. So there are different presets. And also if you do want to give it up all your size, you guys can come here and you guys can make a artboard of your own size. Okay, whichever you basically like, you guys can come here and place it accordingly. So this is how you guys will be able to create multiple artboards. And now let's see and let's show you guys the option of how you will be able to zoom in and zoom out using the zoom tool. Okay, so over here the shortcut key for the zoom tool is Z from our keyboard. Let's click on the zoom tool. And now here if I just click on Alt, here you guys can see my plus icon becomes minus. That means I will be able to zoom out. And here, if I take out any particular object, where do I want to zoom? Let's say I want to make some changes over here into this particular spot. So from here, let's just zoom into this particular place. And here you guys can see it will zoom me to the exact place wherever I zoom in. And it will also zoom out using Alt wherever I basically choose. Let's say I want to zoom out from this particular point, and this is how it will actually look. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you guys will be able to use all of these tools over here. Let's click on OK, and I have showed you guys how you will be able to blend different objects and how you will be able to create an artboard, and also the usage of the zoom tool. And also over here you guys can see I do have the hand tool. So you guys can come here and using the hand tool you guys will be able to move out the frame. Okay, so if you do have so many artboards, you guys can just drag and go behind. But using selection tool, you guys won't be able to change. Let's say you will be able to select any object and move the object in the artboard, but not the positioning of the artboard itself. But you will be able to do using the selection tool as well. But once you have selected the selection tool, for shortcut, you guys can just click on to the spacebar of your keyboard and you guys will have the hand tool with the selection tool itself. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class. And let's say last thing we'll see is about the rotate view tool, and the shortcut key for that is Shift plus H. And if you do want to move out your artboard, or if you do want to give it up any kind of rotation, you guys can come here and you guys can basically give up a rotation of all your artboards over here if you want to view it up in a different angle. Okay, so that is the usage of the rotate view tool. Let's go to the zoom tool, and I hope this all was clear. In this particular class I have explained you guys about all of this over here in detail as well, here about the blend tool, the artboard, and also told you guys about all these three options, and also about the change screen mode, how you will be able to get up a presentation mode. Here if you want to see it in a full screen mode, there are different options which you can choose with your convenience. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about Illustrator. And before that, the last thing what you need to do is once we are done with the work, go to File, and from there make sure to save as. And I will just go to my desktop. Let's go to my resource file. Let's go back. Let's come here and let's go to my resource file and let's cancel this. Let's go to Save As. And from here, I will save this one as Blend. Let's go to desktop. Let's go to resource file, and from here I will just save it up, and I will click on no. Let's change up the name over here again. So I will just come here, I will name this one as blend. Let's click on save, and this type of window will pop up, which I just need to click on OK. And this particular page has been basically saved. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, where I'll be showing you guys about layers in Illustrator. Okay, we'll learn how the layers basically work in Illustrator, how you will be able to use them for your own good, how you'll be able to maintain your workspace over here, that you don't get confused if you need to change anything up later as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. So now let's click on new file over here. Let's take out this file, and from here basically I can just name this one as layers. Okay, so let's come name this one as layers, and I will just take up landscape orientation. Let's take only one artboard and let's click on create. Okay, so over here you guys can see now I do have my particular artboard right over here. So to understand about layers, let's come here and let's take out some shapes first. Okay, so if I come here and if I just take out this shape over here, you guys can see now if I just select this shape, let's give this shape up a different color. Okay, so for that I will just go on to fill, and let's fill this one with any of this color from my swatches. Let's take this red color, and as you guys can see now I do have one object in layer. So to get the layer option, if you don't see it in your properties panel, you need to come here, you need to go into your Windows panel from the menu bar, and from here make sure you select the layers panel over here. You guys can see I do have the layers panel, and you guys can just click over here and you will be redirected to your layer panel. Okay, so you guys can come here. If you just drag this down under layer 1, you guys can see I do have this particular rectangle. Okay, you guys will also be able to change the name. Okay, so if you just double click, you guys can come here and you guys can name this one as 1. Okay, so I will come here, I will just name this one 1. And again, if I do want to add up new layer, I can come here and I can add up new layer. Before that, let's say if I do have so many objects over here, so I want to actually layer those up. So for that, again, I will take my rectangle tool. Let's click on shift, and what I can do is I will just click on alt as well, as I can generate this from the center. I will come here and I will just select this one, and let's come here onto this top one, and what I'm going to do is I am going to change up the fill color. Okay, so I will come here and over here I will just change up the fill color. Let's take this one, let's click on OK, and now over here you guys can see I do have this particular color over here. So now you guys can see this particular layer basically contains this particular rectangle and this particular rectangle as well. Okay, so I will just name this one as well. If I just double click onto this one, and here I will just click on backspace, I will just type small, and I will just come here, I will double click on backspace, and I will just type big. And what I can do is I can just select another path over here. So for that, again, I will just take out my rectangle, and what I can do is I want to generate it the same way from the middle itself. So I will just click on shift and alt, and I will just come here into the center, and what I can do is I can just move this thing up. Let's come here, let's just move this thing, and here you guys can see I do have another layer. So from here, let's delete one. Let's come here, let's delete this one, and over here you guys can see I do have the small one, and what I can do is I can just change its positioning as well. So now let's cancel this thing, and over here let's take my selection tool and let's move it up right over here. and I will just increase the size proportionally. Let's click on Shift and Alt, and I will just increase the size quite like this. Okay, so over here I do have increased the size, and now I will name this one as medium. So I will come here, I will just name this one as medium, and let's click on OK. And here, as you guys can see, now as I do have my small one under the medium one, I am not able to view this particular small rectangle. Okay, so for that, what I can do is I can come here and I can basically arrange these things. Okay, so layers are basically used to actually create different kind of folders, different layers to differentiate your work that you don't mess up. Okay, in that case it actually helps you a lot. Okay, so now for that, if I want to get this one on top, okay, otherwise if I do want to get the small on top as well, I can come here and I can do that. Let's come here, and what you guys can do is you guys can come here. Let's say I will just click on the small and I can just drag and drop this one over here. Okay, otherwise the next thing what you guys will be able to do is let's come here, let's select the small, and I will just keep it over here on top as well. Come here, select the small one. Otherwise, let's change up the name. Okay, let's come here, let's name this one as medium, and I will come here and I will just change its name to small. Okay, so I will just name this one as small. Let's come here, let's select the small, and let's cancel this thing. Let's come here, let's come out of this zone, and if you come here, let's select only one path. Let's click on Alt as well. So I will come here, let's select this one, let's click on Alt, and I will just decrease the size. And here you guys can see I am able to decrease the size here as well. And now if I just keep this one back over here, now let's place it right over here into the center, and from here now let's change the small color. Okay, so now I want to keep this one on top of the medium. Let's come here, let's select this, and let's change up the color. Okay, let's give this one up a white color. So I will come here, I will just give this thing up a white color, and over here you guys can see if I just come here, let's move this up, and here underneath I do have this layer. So if I want to get this one on top, I will just right click and I'll go to arrange, and here you guys can see I do have different options known as bring to front, bring forward, send backward, and send to front. So now I will just come here, and here you guys can see I do have selected both of this. Let's now centralize this one. Let's come here and I will just centralize this one. Let's select both of this, and I will come here and place this thing over here in the center as well. Okay, so now once I do have centralized it, I will come here, and here you guys can see that is basically the right one. Let's come here, and if I do want to align it, I can come here and I can just align it to the page as well. And individually, if I do want to align it, I can come here and individually I will be able to align it as well. So let's come here, let's place it over here in the center, and this is how actually the layer works. Okay, so again, if I do want to change up the name, okay, I can come here and I will name this one as medium, and let's click on OK. And now let's come here into this one and let's name this one as small. Okay, and let's say from here you guys will be able to close this thing down, and you guys will be able to select it all together. And also if you come here individually, if you do want to select anything, you guys can come here and select. If you do want to lock it over here, you guys can also lock it from here. Let's say if I come here, let's take another rectangle, and if I just place it on top of this one over here, you guys are now not able to see. So I will just double click onto this one, and what I'll do is I will double click over here again. Let's click on backspace, let's click on Excel, and now here you guys can see this is the extra large size, which should be underneath the big option. So there are different options how you will be able to send it back. One is if you just drag and drop this one under the big. So this is how you guys will be able to do that. Let's come here. Let's bring it down. You guys will be able to do this thing. Otherwise, again, let's go to Control Z. And over here, there is another way. Let's select this layer. Okay, using the selection tool. Let's right click, and from here, let's go to arrange. And if I want to take it frame by frame backward or layer by layer, I can also do that. And I will just click on send back. And here in the layers option, you guys can see now I just came one layers back. But if I do want to go all together, let's come here. Let's take out this Excel. Let's go to arrange. And if I do want to send it all back, I will just click on send to back. And if I come over here, if you do want me to change up the colors, you guys can come here and you guys can basically change up the colors as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now there is the change in the color, and here you guys can see how is basically the format of how you will actually able to work on with here. Okay, so you guys can actually create multiple layers. Let's come here, and over here you guys can see you can add multiple layers. And let's say now if you do want to work over here, you guys can come here, and let's say you want to add something. Okay, you guys can add in this particular layer on top of my graphics. Let's say you do have to put on different graphics together to animate a character. In that case, in each and every layer, you guys can just differentiate out your parts. Let's say you want to put the head in one layer, you want to put the legs in one layer. Okay, that's how you guys can rename it from here. And over here afterwards, if you do need to change anything, you guys will be able to change it quite easily. So now let's click on cancel. Let's select this one, and you guys can just place it all over here again. So if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here, and let's say you guys can decrease the size. And if you do want to increase it from this particular corner as well, you guys will be able to do that. Okay, so this is how it actually works. And here in the layer 2, you guys can see now this one is on top of this. Okay, if I want to bring my layer 1 on top of my layer 2, I can also do that by just clicking onto this one, dragging and dropping this one in the center of the layer 2 and the layer 3. Okay, and here you guys can see now I do have all of these layers. And if there are any extra layers which I don't want to work on with, I will come here and I will just click on delete. Okay, so I will just click on delete. Otherwise, I can come here and I can just drag this one and put it here in my bin. Okay, so this is the delete selection option from where you guys will be able to delete up pages. And also let's come here into my layer 1, and in my layer 1 what I want to do is I want to add new sub layer. Okay, let's say I do have this one over here, and over here I want to make 2 sub layer out of these 4 options. Okay, so for that I will first click on create new sub layer. Then again, if you want me to create, I will come here and I will just click on create on a new sub layer. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have this layer number 4, which is the sub layer under the layer number 1. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just put another layer. If you do want to save up anything over into this particular layer, you guys can come here, place it, and let's place it over here as well. And over here, you guys can see I do have this layer. And if you do want to delete this layer, you guys can come here, select that, and you guys can just drag this one, and you guys can just delete this one over here. So I will just drag and drop, and here you guys can see now under the layer number 4, I do have 2 sub layers. Okay, so here under this sub layer, I do have another sub layer as well. So if you want to see, you guys can come here and basically see that as well. Okay, so now you guys will be able to create some sub layers. Let's come here and let's put out the sub layer on to this particular layer. So now let's come down, and here you guys can take it down as well. Okay, so make sure to choose up where you do want to put. Okay, let's click on layer 5. Over here, I will just put out the sub layer over here. And if you do want to delete any sub layer, you guys can come here and select that particular layer, and you guys can delete this. Okay, so if you just click on delete, and here it shows that layer 5 contains artwork. Do you want to delete this layer? So if you just click on no, it won't get deleted. But if you come here and if you do want to delete this layer, let's come here, and here you guys can see I do have deleted that. So again, Control Z, And what I can do is I can just close this thing down. And let's say I want to take my layer 2 over here. Also, you guys can make some clipping mask. And also, if you do want to export only the layer number 2, you guys will be able to export that as well. So once I click over here, it shows me the export option. Here you guys can see I do have the export settings, how much do I want to scale, what is going to be the format and all, which we'll learn in detail in our export tutorial. Okay, so now let's close this thing down. I hope you guys have got a basic idea about how the layer works. And let's say now you have so many objects, but from there you want to select some particular objects which you want to work on. So you don't want to see the other objects. So for that, what you can do is you can just turn off the layers accordingly. Now let's say I don't want to see the layer number 2, which is this particular line over here on the side. So for that, if I just turn it off here with this eye icon, I can just turn it off. And again, if I turn it on, I do have it over here as well. Okay, and now if I just hold and drag here, I won't be able to see anything in my artboard. But if I just hold and press again over here on top, I can actually view all of this layer all together. So these are few of the shortcuts over here, and each layer is being represented by different colors as well. Okay, so over here it basically represents with different color. And now let's say I do have this layer number 1, and now as you guys can see, if I select this, I can just move around over here. As you guys can see, I will be able to move this thing around. But now let's say if I just lock this, okay, using the toggle lock, now if I try to move this thing or if I try to select this, I am not able to do that. Okay, so in the same way, what you guys can do is you guys can come here and you guys can actually take out an image on top of which you guys want to draw using the pen tool or all of this curvature tool and all. You guys can also do that using that. Just make sure to create up a layer on top of this one. Okay, so make sure to select up the top layer and just make your illustration. And later on, you guys can come here and directly delete the layer which was underneath. But there is another option which I have already showed you. That is, if you want to open up a new file, open it up and let's go to place. Okay, once you click on place, make sure that you select this template option. Okay, that means that it will open on behind that, you will be able to work on top of that. Okay, so I hope you guys have got a basic idea about how the layering works. And let's say you do have a lot of layers. Okay, you do have like 30-40 layers. And in that case, how you will be able to search? Make sure that you list down all the names. And from here, let's say you want to search a particular thing. Let's say buildings. Okay, you guys can come here, go here on top, and you guys can search. Now, if I just search one, here you guys can see I do have only that layer selected. And also you guys will be able to apply filters. Okay, if you want to just check which one is locked or which one do have text or the ones which have images, only I will have those layers as well. So make sure to work accordingly how it is over here. Okay, so yeah, lastly, I will come here into my file option, and from my file option, I will just save this particular file from save as using shift plus control plus S. Let's click on save as a copy. No, let's click on file. Let's click on save as, and from here now I will go to my desktop and let's go to my resource file. And what I can do is I will just cancel this. Let's say no, I will just change its name to layers. And now let's click on save, and the AI file will be saved. I will click on OK over here, and on top you guys can see now this file is basically saved. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about Illustrator itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 13, where I'll be showing you guys about alignment and distribution in Illustrator. How you will be able to align your objects, how you will be able to distribute your objects with the same margin. We'll be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Illustrator. Now let's come here and let's create up a new file. Okay, so now let's come here, and from here let's just double click on backspace, and I will name this one as alignment and distribution. And once I'm done, what I'll do is I will come here, I will check out the orientation, which looks good. I want a landscape itself. And let's click on create, which will create me my artboard. Okay, so now over here in my artboard, if you do want to learn about alignment, let's come here into the properties option, and now let's select or let's create different things. So now let's take my rectangle tool, and over here what I'm going to do is I am going to create some rectangles. Okay, so I will come here, I will just select this rectangle, and if you want me to zoom in, I will just click on Control plus to zoom in to this particular space. So now again, let's select my selection tool, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on Alt to duplicate. Okay, so I will come here and I'll duplicate, but what I'll do is I will just give this one different kind of alignment. Okay, as all of these are of the same size, I will come here and again I will just click on Alt. Okay, let's come here, let's select this, and now let's click on Alt over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to duplicate this one as well. Okay, but I will just give this one up a more space. So what I can do is now I will just place it right over here, and now if I do want to align all of this, here on my properties panel, if you guys can see, I do have the align option. Okay, so here is towards the horizontal align left, here you do have the horizontal align center, here you do have the horizontal align to the right if you want to vertically align in the top, or if you do have these things or your boxes or your this kind of rectangles, you guys can come here, let's select this and let's click on Alt and let's duplicate this one as well. Okay, so I will duplicate, but I want to come here and I want to give this one up a flip. Let's come here and let's just give or change up the rotation. Let's go to rotate and let's rotate this to 90 degrees. Okay, so first of all, I will come here, I will select all of these three things, and to align, let's go to this align option. And if you don't see it over here, you guys can come here onto your Windows page, and from your Windows page, you guys can just click onto the align option. Okay, and the shortcut key for that is Shift plus F7 from our key. Let's click on align, and over here you will have your align box. Okay, so over here now you do have multiple option, and also underneath you do have the distribute objects and also distribute spacing and align to options as well. Okay, so the first thing, if I do want to align it, I can come here and I can basically align it towards the left. Let's come here, and here you guys can see I do have align it toward the left. And also if I come here, if I do want to align it to the right, I will be able to see the same thing, as all of it have the same kind of sizes. Okay, and if I do want to align it here in the center, it will also show the same. But the same way, if I come here, let's select all these three, and now over here I want to align all these things as well on top. Okay, so I will just click here on top and it will also show me the same thing. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood about alignment of your objects, and if you want to close down this tab, you guys can come here. If you want to see more options, you guys can click on show options over here as well. Okay, so now let's come here, let's select this thing, and now here you guys can see the spacing between the rectangle, it's not the same. Okay, if you want to check out the spacing, or if you want to actually give out proper spacing, you guys can come here and you guys can actually vertically align here in the center. Okay, so you guys can choose out this option. If you want to distribute over here on top, you guys can also do the same thing. If you want to distribute towards the bottom, which will also show you the same thing. Okay, as this one have the same line. And again, I will come here and now I want to select it and I want to distribute this one towards the center first. And over here, if you want to distribute to the left or to the right, you guys will be able to do that over here as well. Okay, so using this, you guys will be able to make some nice lines. Make sure your smart guide is on. And also here, let's come down and let's create some different shapes. So let's come here, and now instead of rectangle, let's take ellipse. Okay, so I will just click on shift, and now I want to create up some ellipse. Let's click on OK. And what I'm going to do now is I am going to click on cancel, and I am going to click on alt, and I am going to duplicate it. So let's come here and let's just duplicate this one as well. And again, if I just select all of these three, and if I want to actually align it, okay, let's come here and let's align it towards the center. And here you guys can see now I do have aligned it quite right. And if I want to distribute over here in the center, I can come here and I can just distribute over here in the center as well. And if you want to change up the vertical spacing, or over here if you want to do the horizontal distribute spacing, you guys can also come here. And let's say if you do want to align it to the artboard, if you do want to bring it over here in the center, you guys can come here and you guys can click on align to artboard. Otherwise, you guys can click on align to selection. Let's come here, and over here if you just click on align to selection, you guys can actually align that as well. Okay, so this was about alignment and distribution in Adobe Illustrator. And now you guys can give this up different colors. Okay, so let's say you are trying to make out some logo. So for that, I will come here and I want to create up some new design. Let's come here and let's select all of these three. And what you can do is you can just place it right over here as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's place it. And what you guys can do is you guys can select all of these three. Let's bring this one down over here into the same line. Make sure you do have your smart object on. So I will just place it right over here. Let's place it accordingly. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do want to bring that thing here on top, you guys can come here and you guys can basically bring it over here on top. Again, let's select all of these three and let's click and let's increase the size over here on top as well. Okay, so once you're done, you guys will be able to select out different colors. So for that, again, what I need to do is I need to come here and let's take this color tool. And if you want to search it from your Chrome, you guys can come here, and from here, let's go to my Chrome. And from here, let's come to this option. And now I want to search out different color palette. So let's come here, let's search for color hunt, and I will just go to color hunt over here. And this is the website which I have showed you before as well. Let's take out from any of this color palette. Let's come here, let's take this color palette, let's copy the first one, and let's go back to my Illustrator file. And what I can do is I can come here, select any of this object, and now let's go to this fill option. Let's click on Ctrl V and let's click on OK. And I do have this color copied over here. And the same way, if I do want to give this thing up different color, let's come here, let's place this one. Let's take my eyedropper tool and I'll just click on OK. And I have this particular color over here again. Let's double click, and again, I will just select this one. Let's take my eyedropper tool. Let's click on OK. And now I do have this same color over here. Okay. So now the same way, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and if I do want to change up the fill color, let's come here, let's give this one up a different fill color. Let's select this first one. Let's take my eyedropper tool. I will click on OK again, and I will just put out this color. Okay, so let's take my selection tool. I will just click on cancel. Let's double click, and here you guys can see this is the outline colors. Okay, so again, what I'll do is I will just come here. I will just go to this color hunt, and I will come here and I will just take out this color as well. Let's go to Illustrator, select this file. Let's go to the fill option. From here, Ctrl V to copy, and now let's click on OK. And now I will come here. Let's just select another layer. Okay, so I will just select this layer. Let's go to eyedropper tool. I will click on OK, and I will just take out this color. Let's go back, and over here I will also give this one the same color. Again, I will select this one. Let's take my eyedropper tool. I will just click on OK. And now over here, I will take out the same color. And lastly, I will just click on cancel. Let's select this path. And from here, let's go to my color hunt. And I will just take out this color. Let's go on to my Illustrator. Let's go to my fill. And over here, let's click on Control V and I will just click on OK. And here you guys can see I do have the color. So let's select this. Let's take the eyedropper tool. Let's get this color and the same color. Let's take my selection tool. I will just cancel. I will just select this. And what I can do is I will just take my eyedropper. Let's take out the same color. Okay. So here you guys can see now I do have this particular design for any of my web page, or let's say I can also use this kind of design in my flyer or brochures over here. Let's say you want to fade it up in one side. Let's come here, and what you guys can do is you guys can just click on all of this and let's group it up using Control G from my keyboard. And now I will just come here, click on Shift, and I will just place it over here in one side. So I will come here, I will just place this thing up over here in one side. Let's keep this thing over here on top. Okay, and what I can do is I can come here and let's say I can just make out one side of the flyer with this same color. If you do want me to move on to the right using my arrow key, I can do that. Let's come here and let's go on top as well. Okay, and once I'm done, I can just click right over here, select this group, and also I can change the opacity. Let's say I want to write anything on top of this one, then let's give this one a 30, or let's say I want to give this one up a 50 over here. So you guys can come here and you guys can just check this thing out, and let's click on enter. Okay, I will just cancel this one and I will just click on enter, and over here you guys can see how it actually looks. So you guys can also make pat pages over here. Okay, if you do want to note anything down, you guys can also use this kind of design for your own good. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about Illustrator itself. I hope alignment and distribution is now clear for you guys. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14, where I'll be showing you guys how you will generate vector graphics using AI. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that over here into this particular start as we are getting started with the AI usage of Illustrator. They have added this particular service for us, and also in next class we will see about AI recoloring. Okay, so now first we will actually create some vector, then we'll recolor them using AI itself in our next class. So let's get started with this particular class on generating vector graphics using AI. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. So the first thing what you're going to do is let's click on new file and let's come here and I will just name this one as AI vector. Okay, and I will just create up a page. Let's click on create, which will create me my artboard over here. And the first thing what you guys can do is before creating, you guys need to see here in your properties panel. So once you're in your properties panel, there is an option called text to vector graphic. Okay, so this is the option which I am going to use. Let's come here, let's drag and drop this down, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of options known as the type, the style and settings, the prompt over here, and you will be able to generate your beta. Okay, so you guys can come here if you want to have this on a different screen. You guys can come here and you guys can just have this on a different screen as well, but this is more better for me, so I will come here and I will show you guys about that. So here you guys can see first I need to choose the subject. Okay, so under subject here you guys can see what kind of vector do I want. Okay, so is this any kind of object, or I want to create up a whole scenario? Is this any kind of icon which I'm looking for, or is this a pattern? Okay, so if I give more clear command to Illustrator, then it will be able to give me what I'm actually looking for. Let's come here and let's say scene. Okay, so once you have selected the scene option, from here you guys can see pick styles from references. Okay, so you guys can select a style from the reference option as well. Here if you just click on reference, here you guys can see now I do have few of the sample prompts which I can also choose from. Okay, so I will just close this thing down again. What I can do is I can also put out that what is going to be the detail in my vectors. Okay, if I put on more details, here you guys can see it will turn from a simple object into a complex one. Okay, but for me, I also want too simple. So in that case, let's come here and let's give it over here in the medium. Okay, so I can come here and I can just generate my prompt. Okay, so it totally depends on the prompt which I am trying to give. Okay, so I can come here, I will just say lock it in space. Okay, so let's give this particular prompt, and once I'm done with all of this and I'm happy, I will just click on generate beta. So once I click on that, I just need to wait for it to generate me different variations of my prompt and all the settings which I have put over here. Okay, so now let's click on generate and I'll just wait. So here, as you guys can see, the AI have basically generated me a vector using which I can work on. So here you guys can see it had given me a whole scenario instead of an object itself. Okay, so if I would have selected from here some different scenes, let's say I want to select subject, then it will create me according to that. And also here you guys can see there is medium detail in this vector graphics. So here you guys can see this one looks good. And also if I do want to change anything from here, I will be able to do that from here as well. And also as AI have generated this thing, they do have generated me 3 of this. Okay, so here you guys can see if I do want to check it on my screen, I will come here and here you guys can see this one looks more sharp. Okay, comparing to this one over here, you guys can see this one looks more sharp. And also you guys can come here and check out the last one over here as well. So here you guys can see this is too sharp. Maybe I will just select this particular one which I like. Okay, so once I'm done, I'll just click on outside and here you guys can see the graphics. Okay, so I can just select this graphics, and let's say if I do want to decrease the size using shift, I can come here and I can just decrease the size over here as well. So let's select all of this over here. Now let's click on shift and let's decrease the size and let's keep it over here in one side. Okay, so I will just keep this thing over here in one side. And now instead of making a scene, let's select a subject. Okay, I want to create an object. So for that, again, I will come here. I will just put on medium detail in my vector graphics, or let's say I want to give it a little bit less. Okay, so I will come here and I will just give up my prompt. Okay, so I will come here and I will just name this one as a character. Let's say Superman. And if I just click on enter, here you guys can see it is actually generating me outcome. So I will just wait. So over here, as you guys can see, AI have also generated me this particular object where I do have decreased the detail in my vector graphics. So it had also generated me 3. I can come here and I can select any one of this from here itself. Okay, so let me select this one. Let's select the whole thing out. Let's double click. Let's select this one over here. Now let's click on shift and let's decrease the size. And lastly, what I can do is I can come here and I can just move this thing around as well. So I do have this particular character right over here. And next thing what I want to do is I want to come here and I want to basically create a new thing. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just increase the size of this one. Let's come here. Let's click on shift. And what I can do is I will just increase the size. Let's come here and let's take out this vector again. And what I can do is I can just place this vector somewhere over here. Before that, let's come here, let's select this whole vector first, and I can just increase the size accordingly. So let's come here, let's just increase the size from this end. And what I can also do is I will just increase the size quite over here, and I will just place it quite like this. So let's select this vector, and what I can do is I can just place this icon right over here onto this particular side. And again, you guys can actually create some other shapes as well. Let's select this vector, let's go to layers, and I can just come here and I can just select these layers and basically delete these layers as well. Or let's just log these layers. So I will come here, I will just log this layer. Let's select this isolation mode, and now I will just go back with double click. Let's go to properties, and again what I can do is I will go to layers, and let's go to this properties option. And from here, if I do want to select any icon, okay, I can come here and I can just make up any icon. Let's say I want hill. Okay, so I will come here, I will just put on hill, and what I can do is I will come here and I will just increase this one a little bit. And now again, let's come here and let's generate. So here now basically you guys can see I do have this hill like structure. Let's select this one, and you guys can come right over here again, and maybe you guys can also place these things accordingly. Let's come here. If you do want to decrease the size, let's click on shift and let's decrease the size from here as well. So let's come here, let's place it over here on top somewhere. Let's select this, let's just take it one step down, and from here now I will just select this particular part. If I do want to give this one up a outline, I can come here and I can just give this one up a outline. Let's select this one. If you want to give this one up a flip, you can come here and you can just give this one up a flip as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's place it over here on top. And lastly, we will see about the pattern. Okay, so let's come here, and what kind of pattern do I want? Okay, so I will type night, and let's click on enter, and here you guys can see it is actually generating me a pattern. So here you guys can see it had already created me this particular pattern which I can actually use. Here you guys can see I do have this edit pattern option, and here you guys can see I do have this pattern and I do have the pattern option as well. Okay, so now if you do want to increase or decrease the width, okay, so I will just click on size to the art, and again if I just turn it off, I can just go back using Control minus, and you guys can actually see that I do have this particular pattern. So now let's come here, and if you do want to delete it, you guys can come here into this layer option, and here you guys can see I do have this particular patterns. So here you guys can see I do have all of these patterns which are over here. Let's close this down, and here you guys can actually see I do have this pattern editing as well. Let's click on Control minus again, and again I am back over here. So if you do want to create any pattern for any of your letter or newspaper, okay, in that case you guys can do that. Also for your brochure and for magazines, you guys can use that as well. So using AI, we guys will be able to create some stunning vectors quite like this. And once you're happy, you guys can select all this together, click on Control G to group, and now you guys can actually decrease the size. Okay, so let's come here, let's select all these things, and you guys can just decrease the size. And over here you guys can see you guys are able to decrease the size over here as well. Let's go to this layer option and let's unlock all of this, and let's come here, let's take out this part as well. Let's click on group, and now from here I will be able to decrease the size of the vector altogether. So now let's click it over here in the middle, and here you guys can see this is my vector which I have created using AI. Okay, so now let's come here, let's just place it right over here, So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning how you will be able to change the color of this one. Okay, let's come here. Let's click on shift, and now I will just increase the size of this one as well. Let's come here. Let's increase the size from this end. And from here, let's click on shift. Let's increase the size over here in this particular corner. Let's click on shift and let's increase this corner as well. And yeah, this one looks good. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 15, where I'll be showing you guys about AI recoloring, like how you will be able to recolor using AI in Illustrator. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So now over here, as you guys can see, I do have this particular vector which I had created in my last class using this text to vector graphic. Okay, so now using AI, what I'm going to do is I am going to give this one some different colors. Okay, so for that, first I will just select this whole vector. Okay, make sure you just group all of this, and once you click here, you guys can see they do have this recolor option. Okay, so here you guys can choose this recolor option. Otherwise, you guys can come here, go to edit, and from here you guys can go to recolor artwork. Okay, so you guys can come here, and once you click on recolor artwork, here you guys can see I do have different recoloring options. Okay, here you guys can see, and now just beside recoloring, here you do have another option called the generative recolor. Okay, and over here you guys will be able to use up a prompt. Let's say over here I will just type mystery. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just type mystery, and over here I can actually select up this particular prompt. So for now, let's see all of this sample one. Let's take the salmon sushi prompt, and over here let's see what are the variations which will appear right over here. So here you guys can see this is the variant of one color. So these are the AI recommended ones, and also you guys do have sample prompts over here as well. Let's go to dark blue. You guys can come here and select from all of that as well. And let's come here, and if you do want to add up colors, you guys can come here, and let's say I will just go back again, check for my sample prompts, and from here now let's go with yellow submarine, and I can take this particular AI colors as well. Okay, so if I want to have 18 different colors, I will come here, and the first thing what I'll do is I will come here and I want to duplicate this layer. I can come here, I can duplicate if I want to delete all of my prompt, and let's go to recolor. I can just go back step by step as well. Okay, let's come here, let's go back, and this was the starting prompt. Now let's come here and let's click, or let's just duplicate this one. Okay, so I'll just click on alt and I'll just duplicate this, and what I can do is now let's come here, let's decrease one size. Let's come here, select this thing, let's click over here, and again I will select this one. Let's go to recolor option, and from here let's go to generative recolor, and now let's come here and I will just type mystery. Okay, so I will just type mystery in dark, and let's click on enter, and let's see what are the AI recommendations for my colors. Okay, so over here you guys can see it is actually getting loaded. So now you guys can come here and take out this color. Otherwise, here you do have more variations. Over here as well, you guys can see a lot of variations. Let's select this one, and you guys can just click on shift, and you guys can just decrease the size from here as well. Let's just move it out over here. Let's come here, let's place both of this, and let's click on shift, and here you guys can see the total difference between both of the vectors. So this one is done basically by the AI recoloring options, and this one was created by the AI. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to recolor your things down. You guys can check out with different prompts. Let's come here and let's select another one. Let's click on Alt, and I will just duplicate this one. And over here now, let's give this one some different color. Let's go to this recolor option. And from recolor, let's go to generative recolor. And from here, I will just take out the color palette. If I do want to search out anything, let's come here and I can just give out a prompt. Let's say I will just give the color palette as ash color. Okay, so I will just give ash color background. Okay, so I will just come here. I will just give out this prompt. Let's click on enter. And here you guys will be able to see few of that colors over here. Okay, let's see what the AI actually generates for me. Okay, so I will just wait. So now here you guys can see AI basically have generated me this particular art. So once I have selected this one, I can just create up a new color group as well. And if I do want to see advanced options, I can come here and I can check all of this advanced option for my image. Okay, so once I have selected, these three are totally different from each other. Okay, as you guys can see, now let's save up this file. Let's go to file, and from here, let's go to save as. And I will just save this particular file. Let's click on AI recoloring, and now I will click on save, and my AI file will basically be saved over here. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning about exporting your document once you're done working with that. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of Adobe Illustrator tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 16, where I'll be showing you guys by exporting your document. Okay, once you have worked in your Illustrator file, you do have created some of your vectors or any design for your flyer or your brochures, any logo design, and now you want to export your document. I have also already showed you, if you do want to save that file in the AI format, you guys can do that. But let's say I want to take it up in different formats. Let's say PNG, JPG, WebP. We guys can do that using this particular option called export. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I do have these three vectors which I have generated from AI, and also I did both of these AI recoloring. Okay, so now let's say from here I want to save up or I want to export any of this image from here into different format. Okay, so I can actually take it as a PNG, all this whole artboard, but I can also do it individually. So now for that, let's go to file, and from file, here you guys can see I do have the export options. Okay, so for the export options, what you guys can do is, first thing first, let's check out the export for screens option. And the shortcut key for that is Alt plus Control plus E from your keyboard. Let's click onto this one, and over here you guys can see I do have the artboard one, and here I can actually save up this whole artboard. I can choose out the format. But from there, let's say if I want to actually work on with the assets, so I will come here, I will just go to the asset panel, and I can just drag that asset over here and I can actually export that. So I will just come here, I will just drag this particular asset. Let's say I want to export this as well, and also I want to export this as well. So I will just drag and drop it over here in the asset export option. And if you do want to generate a single asset from selection, you guys can do that. If you want to generate multiple assets from the selection, you guys will be able to do that as well. So once you have selected it, you guys can come here and let's just scale it up. And also you guys will be able to select at what format. So now again, add a scale, you guys can come here, and what you guys can do is, let's say from here I do want it in a JPG. Okay, so once you are done, what you guys can do is you guys can click on export and it will basically get exported. Let's come here into my resource file, and I will just save this particular folder where it will be selected. Okay, so now I will just come here, let's click on export, and here you guys can see I do have already created that. So now let's come here, let's check this thing down from my file. Okay, let's go to my computer, And from here, now let's go to desktop. Let's go to my resource file. And over here, you guys can see I do have this asset over here. And also I do have this asset 2 over here. But I did left out the asset 3. So for that, if I come here and eventually if I do want to do that, let's come here. Let's go to the assets export. Let's select this number 3. And now over here, I will just add up a scale and let's take it as a PNG, and I'll just click on export and I will just select this particular folder and here it will be saved. Okay, again, let's come here into my desktop. Let's go to my resource file and here you guys can see this is the number 3 which I do have exported as a PNG. So now I will come here, go back. I hope you guys have understood this particular part. Okay, the first option. And again, if I want to come here, let's go to file, let's go to export, and for screens here also, if you do want to do all the artboards individually, you guys can come here and you guys can select all, export to the particular location where do you want to export it. Let's come here, let's go to desktop, let's select this folder and I can export it as well. And here also I will be able to select the format. I can actually download different format at the same time. Let's come here and I will just delete this one and let's click on add. And from here, now I will just make this one as a SVG file and I will just click on export to artboard. So here you guys can see it is being exported right now. And here you guys can see now it will be saved right over here. You guys can see I do have the asset 1, asset 2 and also the artboard itself. Okay, so I will come here and I will just cancel this thing. And I hope you guys have understood about exporting over here. Let's go to file. Let's go to export. And directly, if you want to export it in any format, you guys can come here, check out the CSS. Here you do have PNG, the JPEG, and also the WebP format. Let's come here. Let's select the WebP. And once I click on export, I will have a WebP option quite like this. So for that, I will just select the lossless and over here, I won't work on with the resolution and I'll just click on OK and it will be saved as well. Okay, so now let's go to file again and from file, let's go to export and save for web legacy. So over here, you guys can see if you do want to make up any kind of changes at the last stage, you guys can also do that. You guys can actually save it as a JPEG high or you want to create a GIF, you guys can also do that. And if you do want transparency, you guys can come here and you guys can make it transparent. Otherwise, if you don't want it transparent, you guys can come here and you guys can actually check out the background of how it will look. And also you guys can select the image size. If you do want to change it, you guys can come here and you guys can change the width as well. And once you are done, if you do want to see up a preview, here you guys can see this is the preview which I have. So I'll just close this thing down. Then lastly, once I'm done, I will just click on save. And here you guys can see, I will just name this one as export. Let's go to my desktop. Let's select this folder and I will just save up. Let's click on save and this file has been basically saved. So now I hope you guys are basically clear about exporting your document into your system. But let's say you want to send it to someone for review. Let's say you or 5 of you are working in the same file and now you have just finished off the whole thing. So what you guys can do is you guys can come here on top in the share option, click on share and over here you guys can basically share for review. Okay, so if I just click on maybe later, here you guys can see I can just name the link what I want and also I can see what all people will be able to do with it. Okay, so will people be able to only invited people can come, everyone at Renew View can comment. Okay, otherwise you guys can come here and you guys can just create up a link once you have put that anyone with the link can comment. Okay, so I will just create one link and over here you guys can see it is basically generating me a link already. Okay, so I will just wait for it to generate me a link And now once I'm over here, you guys can see I do have this particular link. What I can do is I can come here and I can just copy this one. Otherwise, I can just delete the review link. And if I do want to manage who all enters, I can also manage that. So I will copy this one and I will just send it to whoever I do want to send it through any medium. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this whole tutorial, all Adobe Illustrator, how you can actually work on Adobe Illustrator, make some stunning vector graphics, getting started on working with all of the tool. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter or in any other next tutorial. So next we do have our class projects, which we'll do, and I hope that you guys send me your work that I can review those and get back to you guys as well. So see you all. Take care, everyone. Keep on practicing Adobe Illustrator. Hello, everyone. So now this is the time for our class project, and this is the class project 1, where we'll be creating sky using the shape builder tool. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys the steps first, what all you need to follow. Then we will make out in Illustrator itself. So let's go and see what are the steps. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I do have the name of the class project as creating sky using shape builder tool. Here I also do have a description and outcome which you guys can check out. But for me, I will directly go on to the steps, what all you need to follow. So step 1 is create a new document. Step 2, create an ellipse and duplicate it. Okay, duplicate it quite a time. So step 3 is place them accordingly. We need to place all of them accordingly. Step 4, select all the objects which you will merge. Step 5 is select the shape builder tool and create shapes accordingly. Step 6, color them accordingly. And last step is save the file and upload it in our project panel. So now let's move on to Illustrator and let's see how it's basically done. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of Adobe Illustrator. So now let's click on new file and let's name this one as class project 1. And let's click on create, which will create me my artboard. Okay, so I will just wait. And over here, I do have my artboard as well. So now let's come here. Let's try to create one. Let's come here. Let's take my ellipse tool. Let's click on shift. And now over here, you guys can see I do have created an ellipse. So now what I'll do is I will come here and I will just give no fill. And also I will just give only this one as the path. So I will come here and now let's take my selection tool. Let's go to this path and let's come here and let's just give this one up a shape. So now let's come here into the shape tool again. Let's come here and create a shape or a circle quite like this. Let's place it right over here. And what I can again do is you guys can come right over here and let's say I will just take out this path. Let's click on Alt and I will just keep on duplicating this layer. So let's come here. Let's take this path and also I will keep on duplicating this layer over here as well. Let's come here and let's just duplicate this path over here. Let's come here and let's duplicate this particular layer. Okay, so let's come here and lastly I will come here and I will just duplicate the layer quite over here itself. And now let's say I want to create in a sky. Okay, so for that I will just select all of this. Okay, and once I've selected all of this, what I'm going to do, I am going to merge all of this out. Okay, so let's come here and from here now let's take out my shape builder tool. I will take my shape builder tool. Let's click on OK. And now I will just draw in all of this part. Okay, so let's come here and let's just join all of this part over here. And this is how you guys will be able to create some shape quite like this. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the sky-like structure. And let's take this particular tool. Let's come here and let's fill this one up with a different color. Let's take this sky blue and let's click on OK. And now I will just put out any kind of stroke. So let's come here. Let's just decrease the stroke to 0. let's select stroke and let's click on none. And now I will take my selection tool, let's click on alt and I will just duplicate. Otherwise, what you guys can also do is you guys can come here, select this one, click on Control C. Okay, so I will just click on Control C and I will click on Control F. And now I do have another layer just on top of this particular layer. So now let's come here and what I can do is I can just move this thing over here on top a little bit. So I will come here, I will just move this thing on top. And now let's take out this top layer. Okay, so let's take out this layer. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the fill. So let's double click and I can come here and let's go with something dark and I'll click on OK. And here you guys can see this is the structure which I have. Now I can save this and let's go to save file. And from here, I will click on save as. And from here, let's go to my desktop. Let's go to my resource file and I'll save this one over here. Okay, and let's click OK and make sure to upload this particular file into our project panel that I can check out how you guys have worked. So you guys can make a lot over here. Okay, make sure to do that. But for me, just to show you guys an example, I have showed only this one. Okay, you guys can come here. You guys can change out the rotation over here. You guys can come here. Let's say let's place this one over here. Let's click on alt and duplicate it. And also if you come here on top, if you want to give it a flip, you guys can come here and you guys can actually give this one up a flip as well. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone. So now this is again the time for our class project, and this is class project 2 where I'll be making a gradient color. Okay, I'll be showing you guys the steps, what all you need to follow. Then we'll move on to Illustrator and let's see how it's done. So first, let's go on to the steps of what all we need to follow. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I do have the name of the class project as making a gradient color. And here you guys can already see that I do have a description and an outcome, okay, which you guys can refer. But for me, I will directly go on to the steps of what all we need to follow. So step 1, open up a new document. Step 2, create a shape using the shape tool or pen tool. Step 3, apply gradient in the shape. Step 4, add minimum of 4 colors in your gradient. Make sure to do that. And you guys can actually have more. Okay, so there is no maximum amount. So step 5 is put the values accordingly. What kind of gradient do you want to put? You guys can select that. And lastly, you guys need to save the file and upload it in our project panel. So now let's go on to Illustrator and let's see how it's done. So now over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Illustrator. So first thing first, let's come here, let's click on new file, and from here now let's name this one as class project 2. Okay, I will keep the orientation as landscape. Let's click on create, which will create me an artboard. So now once you are over here, what you're going to do is you are going to come here and let's say now I want to create out some shapes. Okay, so for that I will come over here. Let's take a rectangle and now let's click on shift and let's create a whole rectangle right over here. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to centralize this one. I will just keep this one here in the center and I'm going to make out a gradient color. Okay, as you guys will be able to view it properly. So for that, the first thing I can do is I can come here into the gradient option. Otherwise, I can go here in my toolbar and select the gradient option. Let's say I will come here and I will just draw up a line. Let's click here and now I will just click on gradient. And you guys can choose from what angle to what angle do you want your gradient to be. Okay, so here you guys can see now it's from top to down. Here when you come down it's getting more darker. Okay, you guys can also choose the radial one, and also for the radial one you guys can basically choose the radius as well. Okay, so if you come here, let's say I want to take out the radius quite like this. Let's come here. Otherwise, let's come to the center. And from this particular center, you guys want to create up a radial. You guys can come here and place it quite like this. So let's come here, and now you have to minimum add 4 slider. Okay, so now let's come here, let's add one more. I have showed you guys how to do that. And again, when I do have a plus sign, I'll click over here. And now from here, let's take out different colors. So let's come and let's take out this color. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to keep this one as black itself. So let's come down over here. Let's go back using Control Z. Otherwise, you guys can come here and you guys can just delete this. Okay. So now again, come here, click on to this slider itself, and you guys will be able to work on with the color as well. Let's go with something in blue. And again, lastly, I will just come here, click onto this one, and let me just take up a yellow color in the center. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create up a gradient. And if you do want to see it here in the same linear gradient, you guys can come here and you guys can check those out as well. Okay, so this is the gradient slider. You guys can see how deep your colors are going to be. You guys can come here and place all these things up. And if you want to change the color or the angle of these colors, you guys can come here and you guys can see the angle of this gradient. So you guys can actually create different angles. Let's come here, let's click on shift, and now let's decrease the size. Let's come here, let's duplicate this one. Okay, and now let's come here, let's give this one in 120 degree. Okay, otherwise let's come here and let's give this one at 0 degree. Okay, so here I will just click on this one. Let's click on Alt, and again I will just duplicate this one. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to add this particular slider and get up a different color. Okay, so let's come here, let's go with something green, and now I will just click on enter, and here this is being applied as well. Okay, so now once you are done creating this gradient, as you guys can see, you guys can select all of this, and from here you guys will be able to align those things as well. Okay, so now let's select this one and let's come here and let's go to this align option, and now let's align it over here centrally. And if you do want to distribute the spacing between them, you guys will be able to distribute the spacing between them as well. So now let's go to file, let's go to save as, and from here let's come to my desktop file. Let's take this Illustrator, and now let's go back, let's go to my resource file, and I will just select and save this. Okay, so now I will just click on OK over here as well. And I hope you guys have understood that how you will be able to make out gradient color. Okay, so you guys can actually make out with different colors. Let's say at least minimum you guys make 6 gradient colors and just upload it in our project panel that I can view those and get back to you guys as well. So take care everyone. Keep on practicing Adobe Illustrator. See you all.